I'm late for a very important day. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Knoll, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I do continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. And I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to hope that folks will be able to wake up to certain things without taking them to to the extreme. And I'm 5 minutes late here, 6 minutes late, 10 minutes late, 11 minutes late. Excuse me. Having a chat with our dear friend Elder Barry and making coffee, and I just couldn't sit down until I had a fresh cup of coffee. But I welcome you all. Barry's right there. Gaza, how do you do? Mossy Man, Isby, if you're still in the house. Good. It's Friday, right? I'm a little mixed up. Having done another all nighter last night, my brain is a little like, what day is it today? It was Friday this morning, and it's Friday again. How about that one? But I'm very grateful for Witch Moon. Hi there. Thank you for your wonderful comment, and I'll be your elder anytime. Uh, I am an elder, so our anyway. But thank you. Thank you. That's all I can say about that. You know what you wrote, and thank you. I'm honored and blessed. So, in reading some things, and I have been putting in my titles for a long time now, the shaman basics, and I'm not trying to push any kind of religion or any kind of anything, or that, and for my simple definition of a shaman is a someone who wishes to be a spiritual person. But there's so many different variations on that word of shaman. You're welcome, Witch Moon. Um, and so, in looking back over a few things, it's like in one of the descriptions of shamanism and or of a shaman is someone who invokes the spirit and invokes the spirits. And I was like, invoke the spirits. And I got my tiny little butt zapped, and they were like, yeah, you need to talk about this. And I was like, what do you mean? Well, because there are lots of things that people they somehow talk about the word power, you know. The power of the goddess and the power of the this and the power of the crystal and the power of the, it's all about the power of, and my life as a shaman in training has never been to seek the power unless it was the power of healing, uh, but just the knowledge, you know. But as far as like wanting to invoke a power over something, it instinctively for me, of course, now way back in early times of my life, when in my 20s, I dabbled in some witchcraft and spells and that kind of thing. And I'm here to tell you that, for those folks who, most of the folks who are here aren't into that. And if you think that a spell or a sigil or something like that can uh, give you a shortcut to the spiritual side of things, it'll probably ruin you in some way and maybe even confuse you. Because the only real way to get there is to do it, is to experience it, is to allow it, people who take shortcuts never really understand, they're, hey, look, we can take this shortcut cut across this, whatever, but you miss the countryside, you miss the waterfall, you miss the whatever, And a lot of the times it's not how you get there or how quickly you get there, it's the journey along the way. And lots of different folkses and peoples and things. So the subject that comes up a lot is to, well, I want people to like me. How can I become more charismatic or something? How can I do this or how can I do that? And so I've heard people talk about invoking the spirits. Now, let's just kind of just stop a second. I'm going to have some coffee. Um, and Regen, how you doing? And I'm going to say hi to Bob out there. We love you, Bob. Have some fresh coffee because I've been drinking other stuff today and just got lazy and didn't make coffee until like just now. It's 11:30 at night and I'm just having fresh coffee. Shame on me, right? But it was a long day last night, early this morning, and I finished off the coffee and I've had a couple of other things to drink, but you know, there was time for some hey Michelle, it was time for some real yum coffee. And as it's brewing, this was the first cup down the strainer, so it's a little stronger and yum anyway. So, in talking about invoking the spirits, I want to break down just slightly. Hey, Al. All right, thanks, Al. And I just talked with uh, Barry too about cards. So thank you, Al. Be safe on the road out there, okay? Thank you. The idea of invoking. So first off, my question would be, as anyone, shaman or otherwise, is what is my purpose? Why do I need to or want to invoke the spirits on my behalf? What is it on my behalf that I think I should have the power, the knowledge, the control, or the sheer ego maniacal something that says, I call upon the spirits to do umpty scrunch? Really? Now, in my understanding of things for a long time, I saw how witchcraft and Satanism and how that literally traps and brings things here and is like, I just did not want that. So I established long in my spiritual career, if you want, that I still have no wish to have control over others. Now, there have been situations where things were noisy or out of hand, and I could help bring calm or something into a situation. And and okay, some people say, well, that isn't that a power? I consider that more of a talent. Okay, but in a way, yes, it is. But I don't try to go around and calm crowds all the time. But there have been situations where, I'm just different groups and things over the many years. I got a loud voice, I can project, and I can get to everybody's ear, and they'll stop at least for a minute and listen, you know. So, and sometimes that's just enough to calm a situation down to get people to talk instead of scream, right? So, but I didn't go out to seek that as a power to have control over people. But I have, quote, invoked the spirits, Lord, help me get this under control. So is that invoking the spirits? Well, in Jesus' name, well, then you're kind of sort of invoking the spirit, right? And I don't mean this in any negative way now. Do not misunderstand me, please. I'm trying to say that there are many ways that we can invoke the spirit or spirits, plural. What is our purpose? What is our intent? So there are people who have a little altar, they've got candles and sage or whatever, and they want to invoke the spirits. Them people have they got something in mind. You understand what I'm saying? Now, I have met some of these people, and I gotta say, some of these folks do not have even their own self-interest. Well, actually, it's their own self-ego. Well, I'm going to do this spell for someone. I'm going to invoke the spirits. I'm going to have this, whatever it is. So as I've pulled cards for folks, and depending on how things go here with this discussion, um, I was going to do a little spirit invoking and pull a card or two. You know what I mean? So last night, early this morning, pulled two cards. It was the Swan, which is grace, and then I pulled the Moose card, and which always brings to mind the moose turd pie story. Um, but in it, I think to myself, when if there seems to be blockage to the creator, and to native peoples they used the visual. So creator was on top of sacred mountain or spirit mountain, and if you wanted to go talk to the creator, you went to the top of the mountain. Well, so did Moses. Okay. And so have a lot of other spiritual leaders have went to the mountains. Just saying, there's a commonality here. I've been to the mountain and spoke to yeah, have done it, done ceremonies on mountaintops, way out in the wilderness. Yep, I've been there. Kind of wish I could do it again. I haven't traveled in a while, but who knows, maybe this summer, when I go to Ohio with my sister. But the idea, though, that I don't need to be on a mountaintop anymore to be able to have a ceremony, because I've been to the mountain and I can reimagine or remember, re you know, call those memories and go back to that mountaintop or go back to that scene. Go back, and I can even smell the way it would smell at a certain time of the year. The freshness of the valley, and of the when you stand towards the top, you can feel the moisture rise up the side of the mountain, and it'll turn into clouds. It makes the Smoky Mountains smoky kind of thing. So but in watching other channels and listening to other people, it's like, why are you even using the word invoking? I'm just asking you the question. Why are you using the term invoking? Why are you just say, I'm asking the spirits to help me? Well, I'm going to invoke them. Okay, if you insist. Because to me, invoking means to force. It doesn't necessarily mean to go hand in hand. So in the law of one, everything that is important is done with honor and respect and without harm. But if you have to force a situation, then that's not really there. If you have to force somebody to listen to your point of view, if you have to force whatever it is, right? If that don't work, lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Okay. Too much chaos here. Sorry about that, Isby. Duggar sounds like he's got something treed. Yeah, there's something. The five new kittens, well, they're not exactly new, but they're still new. They still have that new kitty smell, like a new car. And I've got a couple of yard lights out, in several places around. Just because if there is something in the yard and I can kind of, get its shadow, how big is it, little is it, and if I want to go outside or if Duggar's out, I can kind of trail him as to how far out he is. But anyway, but the little kitties are venturing out into the yard now. And he loves them 5 little kitties to death. He goes out there, and even there's this one that's white and black or black and white gray. I'll get the camera out there and look at him one day with y'all. But hey, Chloe, um, it's not nice to fool Mother Nature. You're absolutely right. But anyway, I think he's barking because some of those kitties are out there crawling on the logs that are falling off and knocking things over. And anyway, but but he's also their protector. But it's funny for him being this big tall dog and go out there and all these little kitties are going out there, kind of clinging up to him, it's at him just wagging his tail. And I always say, just be careful, just be careful with the kitties. But a year ago, he was chasing and snarling, and now after after he's gotten used to the 2 mothers, now there's all this brood of 5 more that seem to just love him to death, and he just don't know what to do with them. He wants to play with them so bad. But anyway, the nature of animals. There are people who say, well, dogs and cats can't get together. Well, can't get along together. Well, that's just bullshit. I'm sorry. If you allow nature, doesn't mean that a dog won't turn on a bunny rabbit. But I've seen bunny rabbits and dogs get along, and just things that would seem unnatural, in a lot of ways. And it's sort of like the story of Lizard, where the snake comes in and Snake says, what are you doing there, Lizard? And Lizard said, well, I'm not asleep. I'm in dream time. And so he understands Snake. And because Snake is just eating a mouse, he knows that the snake won't try to eat the lizards, won't try to eat him. So he says, yeah, come on in. I'll share the light, the shade with you. So it's understanding what's going on around you. But the idea of invoking. Hey, Doug, how are you? Regen, Chloe. Um, Thank you, Al, for what you've done. Thank you, Al. And to all those who participated and everything, invoking your safety driving. It's been freaking crazy today in California. Now I'm in Arizona. Be safe. I have the weirdest times of. I had an old Arlo Guthrie song just jump into my head. Coming in from London from over the pole, flying in a big airliner, chicken flying everywhere around the plane. Girl, I couldn't feel much finer. Oh, coming into Los Angeles, bringing in a couple of keys. Don't touch my bags if you please, Mr. Customs Man. And there's a hip woman grooving on the moving floor, tripping on the escalator. There's a guy in the line and she's blowing his mind, thinking that it's already made her. Well, coming into Los Angeles, bringing in a couple of keys. Don't touch my banks if you please, Mr. Customs Man. And yeah, I'm sorry. I had a lapse of judgment there. Um, but in the idea of invoking, is it something that you would actually want to describe for yourself? Well, I'm going to go about and invoke stuff. Is that a word that you would like really use in your vocabulary? And in a way, I'm being a little Don Rickles on this, okay? In that, are you sure you know what that word means? Do you know what, you go around invoking things. Who the hell do you think you are invoking stuff on people? And who gives you the right to say you can invoke in the first place? And if you're going to invoke, are you telling people to bend over while you invoke them? Oh my God, are you telling the spirits? Because have you asked them if you can invoke them? What did you send a letter to the postman on to the other side and say, hey, I'm going to invoke a couple of y'all today. Whether you like it or not, I'm going to invoke y'all, and well, what's it for? It don't matter. I'm going to invoke yous. What? I'm going to invoke the spirits. Okay. Like spirits ain't got nothing else to freaking do than to hang around for you to invoke them. This is supposed to get you to think and to giggle, okay? I mean, think about it. Well, I'm gonna call my spirits up on the hotline and go, "Hey, y'all, you got to I'm gonna invoke y'all today, okay? Is John there? He's a really good invoker. Yeah, one of them spirit. Yeah, yeah. Can I invoke him? What's his dance card like? Oh, but folks can just walk around and think that they can invoke things anytime they want to, whether they understand what the hell they're talking about or not. Okay. So, but I'm gonna invoke. Okay. All right. If you insist, you and your whoever I'm glad you're, trying to, grab an understanding of this thing. But, so why do you want this knowledge? Well, so I can invoke stuff. Okay. But what are you going to invoke? Well, I'm going to, well, now for Alan, I'm picking on him for a moment, but he said, I'm going to invoke the spirits of safe driving, okay. But do you have to invoke them? Why don't you just ask, like, keep me safe, spirits, than anybody in front of me or right behind me, just, but the idea of invoking, in my humble opinion, is sort of like, all right, y'all out there, I'm going to invoke your ass. It's sort of like drafting them, you know? What? Wait a minute. If I just ask the spirits without all this invoking stuff, because trace back, if you use that word, trace back to where you started using it, just for your own benefit. And stop and scratch your head and go, now, why am I using that word? Do you need to invoke the spirits? Why don't you just say, I'm going to ask the spirits? I'm going to ask Creator. I'm going to ask the spirits. So it isn't about this invoking stuff. Hope you always have your wonderful essence with us. I'm sure I'm not the only one that feels I always want to be around. Thank you, Chloe. Yes, the stone's me. The stone. I just tuned my git fiddle. Oh man, you play the fiddle? Damn, Barry, we're gonna have to get together. I swear to God. It'd be great to get together and have a hoedown somewhere. I mean it. Just that it would be great. So the idea of a shaman that he will go along with this word for a moment, invoke the spirits. So what would a shaman invoke the spirits for? Well, he could invoke the spirit of the eagle to bring medicine for healing. All right, well, that's a positive thing. So for me here lately, it seems like deer is being very present. Oh, and by the way, I saw two more um, um, woodpeckers, and they are not pilated woodpeckers, y'all. And if Delaney's in the house, I absolutely think I've got a couple of um, ivory-billed woodpeckers that are supposed to be extinct, but the deep woods and the swamps and so forth. One of the last places they were spotted was in South Georgia, North Florida, in the swamps along, guess where? The Ochlockonee River Basin. And I live on the Little Ochlockonee River Basin, which is part of the Big Ochlockonee River Basin. And two of them flew by this morning, just like I was like, oh, holy crap. And I saw one the other day. So they're in the neighborhood, and I'm going to get a picture, because if I can prove that there's an ivory bill, that picture would be worth $1 million. Not that I need it, but I could really hire some help then to finish my house and get things fixed up. I could really hire some help then, you know. Um, I could buy me a contractor for that kind of money. I used to have a contractor's license, but anyway. I wanted to get on here, and then Barry and I were chatting on the phone, but if I had $1 million, I'd put a bunch of people to work. If they wanted to work, I'd put a bunch of people to work and pay them well. You know, a very honest day's worth of pay for an honest day's worth of, worth of work. But to kind of stay on topic, hey Al, Perry is driving. I'm sitting shotgun. Gotcha. So, but anyway, now I'm not saying that everybody that uses the word invoke is, um, trying to misuse Mother Nature or whatever. But in my humble opinion, that's one of the reasons the spirits are asking me to talk about this, is that there are people using the word when they really don't understand what they're asking, to invoke. Say, I'm just going to ask the spirits for a safe journey. That's all that's needed. The invoking part is like, well, anyway, that folks should just reconsider their usage of the word, because some folks are using it like all the time. And are you invoking all the time? You're going to spend your whole life invoking? It, to me, in a lot of these things, it's just absurd. In that, for me, at my age and what I've learned, the simple thing is just ask. Just ask. You need an answer, close your eyes and be honest and truthful and soulful and humble and say, I need help with this. Please, Lord Jesus, however you want to phrase it. Please, Lord Jesus. And I still say that. Please, Lord Jesus, just give me strength to figure this out. Give me some insight. Well, I'm going to invoke the spirits for what? I don't know what I would invoke the spirits for. Now, let me give the contrary side of that. Okay. I'm pulling cards. All right. And if I'm still doing good here in the next 20, 30 minutes, if anybody wants they bring about our spiritual growth. Okay. Supposedly. However, there is no need of spirits or any of that favor prosperity. Okay. Years ago, see, I have changed my opinion about this stuff, because spirit is showing me that it's really very simple. This invoking and the spells and the sigils, many of you know I've done been through all this stuff. Not to brag, but I done tried it and moved on. And if you want to try it, go right ahead. Be careful. Many of us will warn you. You may not be able to get out of what you get yourself into. Okay. So anyway, even in just looking and searching and trying to find out what it all means can get your ass in trouble. It did me. So, but this idea of an invocation, it kind of takes me um, back to the Catholic thing, I guess. But the idea, though, that as a humble being that I'm trying to be, what gives me the right or the power or the inclination of any of that? If I'm just being myself and being a being, and my shaman in training is to learn to be more spiritual and to understand the universe, so it's a very basic thing, then why would I ask for anything extra? What would be my purpose in that? If I can, if I'm opening up to the spirit realm and I'm walking my spiritual journey, then why do I have to invoke anything to get more? What gives me the right as a simple entity in the universe that I should have something more than somebody else? What gives me the right? And so this idea, to me, the idea of invoking something means to try to overpower something or to take control of something, to invoke the power of the spirits. Well, wait a minute. Why don't I just ask them if they'll do their own invoking or whatever, you know? Why don't I just ask the creator? Why don't you just ask the universe versus trying to, So to me, it always, the feeling that I get when certain people use this word, not you, Al, but there are some people who want to invoke the spirits, and I'm like, it seems like they want control over something. It seems like they want more than what is natural. Because they want to invoke all these other spirits to help them. Now, to that same point though, as I said the other night, maybe last night as well, the idea that, when I've taken pictures of orbs around me at the river, out here in the woods, at different places, the understanding that the other realms are right next to us all the time. We literally swim in this ocean of stuff around us, that other beings and entities that are like plankton in the ocean, okay? It's not that they're so tiny we can't see them, but, it's along the same way. But they still exist, you know? So, but I've always wondered, as a shaman, I approach this as a person, going back to the Jesus thing, a person with a sackcloth and asking repentance on the steps of the temple, okay, and doing penance. So my going to the creator has been on my knees, not standing up going, I deserve this. Where there are some people who are invoking things and doing things, feel like they deserve it. And well, I kind of understand that, but I have been a humble being a lot of times, and I've tried to be humble in that, as the hermitage and so forth. So my approach to things are much different than others, because I go as a humble being to speak with the creator. I go with humbleness before the Lord. I kneel in reverence, not in worship. I kneel and I bow in reverence and to adore the Great Spirit, not to worship or to any of this stuff. It's to say thanks. Okay. So, but other people kind of sort of insist that they can invoke the spirits to do whatever it is that they seem necessary. And I have blatantly just asked, what the hell gives you the right to do that? Who said that you're any more special than somebody else? What gives you the right? I want you to ask that question. What gives you the right to meddle? Well, you're gonna what? Why don't you just stick to your own self? Be a better person, and you'll find out how magical the universe can actually be, and the influence that you can have with other people by just being yourself without having to invoke anything. Now, I'm going to be the contrarian. When I pull these cards and the different animals, the deer card keeps coming up in my head. And so the deer went up the mountain, the sacred mountain, to speak with Creator. And the demons stopped it, tried to stop it. Ugly, snarling, nasty, smelling, farting, vomiting, everything it could possibly do. And the fawn just looked up with its eyes and melted that demon's heart. And so deer cleared the pathway to Sacred Mountain because of the peace in its heart. So I think about that, and there are times when I want to get angry about something. There's something like, why don't people understand? And the Creator is always around us, and why do people have to take these hard paths? And why do people? And so I think about the deer card, and I go, all right, yeah. Not everybody understands what that means. So to invoke, if you will, to use the power of deer medicine, one could say that I'm invoking that, but I'm not really. I'm simply asking deer for guidance and patience in matters, not necessarily for myself. I'm concerned about my brothers and sisters in that they find the path to Sacred Mountain to be, fraught with toil and horrors and demons and but deer just looked at it with patience and calm and love and went on up, right? So am I invoking the power of the deer? Or am I just simply using the deer and what the card or the animal represents, okay, as, quote, the medicine, which could be, one could say, is the power of the deer, the medicine, the deer medicine, or the medicine of Swan, which is grace. And Swan learned, I pulled it early this morning, and Swan dove into the black void and came out a swan. And, and had a chat with Dragonfly, by the way, which dragonflies were all over outside again today. So dragonflies and hummingbirds and things have been appearing to many of us. And, and these are in ways spiritual messengers. So, but does that mean that we are invoking those spirits for our benefit? Or are we becoming so natural that these spirits are coming to us because they're drawn to our essence because we're changing? Our essence is changing. So these magical critters, I'm thinking about it, Regen, okay? Hey, Amanda. So, but in this, there is animal medicine. When I go and do a drum, and I've said this repeatedly, it bears repeating, in that I always say, wherever I'm at, to all the spirits around me, you're welcome to join in my drum. You're welcome. I bring honor and peace and respect. I'm here, to be honorable and peaceable. So that, if I'm down at the campsite or out in the yard, I say thank you to all the spirits that might be nearby. I give you honor and grace and blessings. And, and that's how I feel. So I give them honor always to the universe, but to all the critters that may be around me that I can't see, I include them and say thank you. And I bring you honor and respect, whether I can see them or not, or whether there's actually anybody there or not. So that I can, then in some of this, I will say to the spirits around me, help me to understand. Well, but is that the same as invoking? Not in my humble opinion. because there are spirits around us, sometimes a whole bunch and sometimes maybe not so many. But if you simply ask, um, I'm asking that you help guide me. I'm asking for whatever. For me, it's always been just give me strength to do this and I'll figure it out. So, but anyway, but this idea of invoking something, I go back to this. What is your intent? Why are you using the word? Do you really know what you mean by it? And we could symbolize this thing and just say, just ask. Be respectful to the universe, and it will respect you. But this idea of invoking has magical ties to it. And what's magical about nature is that it's just natural. So when you understand just to be natural, anyway, um, it seems like I would be talking in circles, but in a way, it is a circle. It's the circle of life. And so, but people get stuck on the wheel, if you will, if there's a wheel, and they'll get stuck at a certain point. And one of the things that in the circle, that depending on your position in the circle, if you're at the starting point, then you can see everybody else on their journey. If there are people, walking the circle with you, as in a prayer circle or a medicine wheel or something like that. So, but then as you walk the circle, you get halfway, you can see where you came in, but now you're on the opposite side of the circle. So you've been halfway around the circle. And if you've done this right, it's not necessarily that you're halfway through your journey, but you're halfway around the circle of a part of the journey, right? So, but from that point in the circle, which is opposite of where you came in, you can still see other folks, or other parts of your journey, if you will. You can see there are future events and you can see where you've just come from. So, if you continue on that circle, that journey, there are some people who get stuck on the wheel, like a piece of mud in a tire, and it makes the tire out of balance or something. A stone or two stuck in the tread. It's um, it'll make the tire sound whoppy. And anyway, so but folks have a tendency to look at things in a linear fashion and not necessarily as the circle of life, because there's so much information about the circle of life. Why are so many things done as circle? Well, now here's an interesting point. Native peoples always gathered in a circle. One of the things that King Arthur in the famed round table was that a round table, there are no edges. There is no head of the table. And everyone can see the other person. And so in a way, the idea of the circle, I mean, why are turrets round? There's a lot of round stuff. Stonehenge, okay? The circular pattern has something important to it in life. It's the clockwise and the counterclockwise. It's ocean currents. It's currents in the air above us in our atmosphere. They're circular in motion. So there's something about the circle. But if you understand that you may be walking a line, but the line you may be walking is a circle. Not that you're repeating yourself or that you've gotten lost. And the circle can grow because you can be on the circle and go, I didn't really slip back, but I've learned so much on this part of the journey that my awareness is bigger than it was when I started. And I realized that even though I'm more than halfway around the circle, it feels like I've got more than half of the circle still to go. And it's not that you go, oh crap, no, it's almost like you realize, wow, I don't want to get to the end of the circle too quick, because you have realizations and understandings. You go, I really want to be on this journey. I really want to be on this path. I want to be a part of the circle of life. So it doesn't mean that you're just going around and around and around in circles. No. Now, some people do, and that's getting stuck on the wheel. They get stuck on a particular area in their cycle of life, their circle of life. So in the wisdom of things, if you can understand, hey, Cherry, I found a chocolate Yahoo bar. Yum, yum. Agreed. If you can understand that your path isn't just linear in the sense that it's straight or just like this, which, okay. But that it can still be wiggly, but, it's part of the circle of life, the great Mandela of life. There's so much information in that. So, and I can understand that, I'm going through my second or third or fifth childhood, or maybe I never left it. But from young age to old age, there is a circle of events. You remember things as a child. You remember, there's something about it. See, and being an older person, I can look back and go, yeah, I see where this kind of makes sense before. Where 30 years ago, halfway down this part of my journey, I was just on the circle going, I don't know what the hell's going on. I see where I've been and whatever's ahead of me. Holy crap, So I got stuck on the wheel myself. But why is this important? Because before we go using words that we may not fully understand in the universe, let us consider the KISS principle. Keep it simple, stupid, or silly. I would rather use the word silly. But in my humble opinion, some people are like, well, I have the right to use that word invoke. I'm going to use it. I'm going to invoke this and invoke that. Okay, calm down. I'm just trying to give you another point of view. Just saying. Are you sure? All right. I'm going to invoke and invoke. I'll go right ahead, And I hope that you will come to a realization at some point in your life. Not to say that you were wrong, but that you will understand that there's more to it and less to it. Meaning there's more to using the word. And if you really want to get to the spirits, it's a whole lot easier than trying to invoke stuff. I'm just saying. And that's the message, kind of, sort of, for tonight, if you will. Keep it sweet and simple. Thank you. That's a better way. Thank you, Michelle. Oh, and early last night, somebody said in the comment section that they sent me some kind of music or something. And I can't remember who it was, but I went back through my emails and they didn't send it to me. Okay. So, Michelle, if you know, or Barry, if you know who that was, but I can't remember. But anyway, I never got it. That's the answer. So, what time is it? It's 12 something Eastern Daylight. Okay. So we got 8 minutes before it's 20. Hey, Jeff, how are you? Blessings and welcome. Cherry, I think I said hi to you. It's 9:12 here in Arizona. Yeah, and it's Saturday now. Brenda didn't. She sent it on Messenger to you. Messenger? You mean like in Facebook? Because I don't do Facebook much. I did a Facebook a couple of weeks ago, and I'm so hesitant to go back because every time I do, my computer goes wacko. So, okay, so I may have gotten it, but I didn't get it because I don't do Messenger and stuff with Facebook. So, okay, there's the answer. My video lagged. Thanks for saying hello, kid. You're welcome. Okay, thanks, Barry. I'm starting early, everybody. I missed the 20 mark because I was getting coffee and talking to Barry on the phone. I honestly try to stay off the computer as much as I possibly can. There are certain things that I'm drawn to, and It may be a full day before I open up the computer, but I open up the computer every day to check the weather and messages and things. And I also, as part of my job as being a watchman, I have to, check the headlines and the news and stuff like that to see what's cooking out there and what's kind of deal around. But this idea of invoking things, it's like, I understand where people are coming from. I do. But do they understand where they're coming from? And it's like, I accept Christianity, but Christians don't accept me. A lot of I'm the nut cracker in the thingy. And, when I say, well, yeah, but Jesus studied, Buddhism kind of thing, they all want to freak out. And you know, well, Dave, you're not bathed in the blood. Look, I've been bathed in so much blood, I would rather not discuss it. Okay. Um, Holding a man's bloody stump in the middle of the night on a lonely country road. I've been bathed in blood. I get it. Um, but it wasn't the blood of Jesus. No, it was the blood of a dying man on the side of the road. And, but I understood what that meant to have Jesus by my side in that instance, and to have the angels looking out after us so we couldn't look out after this man who was, legless from the knee down. And for us to be there and take care of him. So I feel like, you know, that was part of my mission in this life, to listen to the angels, to be there at that time when he needed us. And, but I don't feel like, simply because I don't drive as much and get around as much, I have a whole new, quote, mission in life, and that's to be here and have conversations with y'all. So, in the understanding of things into the universe, I don't invoke the spirits to do a card reading, which in 3 minutes after we all kind of have our 20 break, um, hands, then push-ups. Yep. Barry, I hope you still doing, for every one of you, I hope you're exercising. I hope you're at least sitting in the chair doing some isometrics and things, and that you're moving your arms and stuff. If you're not, please do so. But anyway, keep moving. That's one of the ways to survive. Good, you stretch. That's good. Michelle. Okay. I remember high chair and things on tray going on the floor. People left the room. They disappeared. Yep. When we go back to our own childhood memories, because they were in this lifetime, it can all, because we were children. Now, here's Edgar Casey speaks on this, and it's sort of a hidden secret within the Vatican and the Catholic Church. The Mormons are very open to it, and I can't speak about other religions, but I know that other cultures, the age of 7 is very important. And so the bottom line is that at the age of 7, if when a child is born, they're still connected to the Creator. And so they haven't been down here on the earth long enough to, quote, get disconnected. And so they're more godlike until they're 7, to where at the age of 7, that connection with God as an innocent child, new being on this planet, is kind of sort of severed. Kind of sort of. Because it depends on the parents, it depends on the culture, it depends on the people who have the children. And it isn't just about Catholics, because there are Catholics in other parts of the world who still nourish the spiritual part of their children, not so much in my family and, quote, white America, and just America in general. And I've known some Black families who are spiritual in different ways, not Catholic, but they treated their children and, some of the grandmas remember having visions or dreams as children anyway. So the children mean a little, if they have special dreams or something, The grandparents recognize it, maybe not the parents, um, and act on it, speak on it, guard the children, nourish the children. My granny did the same thing, but she didn't know what she was doing. She just loved me. But she protected me, nurtured me, and cared for me. You know, was one of the only 2 or 3 people that ever came and saw me when I was in prison. My little old granny lady came to the prison to visit me. She loved me that much. So in my discussion early this morning, I was talking on those kinds of things about my personal life, which I have not discussed hardly with anyone, literally, in my lifetime. And it's like not trying to prove anything, but in just reflection on how was it really? Well, it was really like that. But it's 20. Oh, I missed it. Yeah, I remember things down in the basement too when I was up in Ohio in Troy. I remember seeing snow out my window in the second floor of our apartment duplex thing there on I can't remember the street name, Lindsay Avenue or something like that in Dayton, Lexington. I remember walking to the Catholic school not far from there. I remember playing in the snow in the backyard in the alleyway. And my friend, a couple of doors down, I would stand in the backyard. I remember this and holler BUTT Russell, and for him to come outside and play. And finally, his mama called my mama, and my mama come down the alleyway and like, what are you doing? What is this BUTT Russell? I don't know. We heard it somewhere, and it was our code word. It was like, so I'm standing in the alley. So all the neighbors around both sides of the alleyway, here's this little child standing there going, BUTT Russell, trying to call his friend out. Was I calling him a butt? I mean, I didn't even know what it meant. I was like 5, maybe, or 6, or maybe 7, maybe. So, but I remember that. I remember being somewhere in a kindergarten too, in a room, and that it was cold and there was a radiator and something about howdy doody. It's a really vague, but it's there. But anyway, so but the idea of going back through memories, and it's like, I don't want to blame what's happened to me as to, and I used to, because everything that I look back on and go, that was pretty rotten. That was pretty rotten. Well, no wonder I felt that way, because this person didn't really love me. They were faking it this whole time. So I was trying to be a loving, caring person to somebody who was just going through the motions, meaning my stepmother kind of thing, my adopted mother. She made a promise and she stuck to the promise, but my grandma loved me. And I knew it. She knew it. We knew it. We had a psychic bond. But, in looking at it, it was like I knew all along that she didn't really like me, that she only did it because of duty. Now, to that point, though, there's a lot to be said about the duty she performed. Well, I did my motherly duties. Did you really? Did you actually love us, or did you just do it because you made the promise? Now, I'm the type of person where, and I think I knew it all along and realized it after she died, that I was like, oh my God, she never really, really cared. I mean, she like, yeah, okay, but there there were nieces and nephews she'd cared more about than us. I mean, just bottom line. So, but in her own little way, somehow, she justified it because she kept her end of the bargain. She kept her part of the deal. So in life, people make these decisions. I ain't talking just about my family and whatever, but it's the idea that we don't know what decisions people have had to make. And at right now, there are many of us who have seen into the future some, and it's like, it's going to be really damned confusing. So how are we going to deal with it? Are we going to deal with it with anger? Are we going to deal with future events on our circle of life? Where it, and the whole idea, if you will understand this, is the wisdom that you gain is being able to look down the trail that you have been through, whether you're walking a mountain trail or you're making a trail in the swamp. It doesn't matter. Now, I haven't spent very much time in the desert, very little. But in all of the types of terrain that I've been in, flat or high country or mountains or whatever, it's still the same. You find a trail, you walk the trail, you learn the trail. And if you have to go back the same way that you came, well, then you begin to understand the trail. You begin to understand the walk. So, but on the circle of life, you know, being able to look back across the circle from where you've come and bring that wisdom with you, okay, versus if it's a straight line over a bunch of hills and mountains and valleys, you can't see where you've been, okay. So the sight is straight line, and it's like I'm in, South Georgia, trying to look at the Keys from here, the Florida Keys. So I can look down over yonder, but I can't see the Florida Keys. But if it was more circular, then any point on my circle, I would be able to see either further away or across the way. I would be able to see the Florida Keys. But I'm just using that as an example. So the straight line thing. So, I can't see Miami from here. It's to my southeast a little bit, but I can't see Tallahassee from here, although I can see planes take off, and on certain times of the year and night and so forth, I can see the lights from Tallahassee on the sky, on the skyline. But so in for me, understanding these things and the next vision in life, we all know something's coming. We can feel it, we can sense it. And yesterday, when I got off this early this morning, yesterday morning, there was had been a Schumann spike, so we were all up late and having a chat and all that. Um, I want chickens and baby goats. Yeah, I miss my chickens, but at the same time, the older I've gotten, and having had several days in a row where I'm very limited in what I can do, and I'm blessed that Duggar, it doesn't bitch at me too much about it, because the other day I was not much fun. I wasn't being ugly or anything, but we didn't go on our natural walk and go out and this and that. Today we went up the hill, and I ran down the hill with him. Um, you know, and I'm like, at 68, I can still run, and like that to me is just such a blessing. I It wasn't far, but I ran 30 yards, with the dog. Of course, he beat the crap out of me, but I'm like, my heart didn't try to bust out of my chest, and I didn't do this or that. No, I've never had a treadmill chest, but I don't know if I could hold out that long. And I just mean in general, because I'm not into running, but anyway, but running down the hill from going up there and running with the dog, I'm like, I am so blessed that I can still do that after all these years. So after all I've been through, thank you, Jesus. Thank you to the Creator. Thank you, spirits, whatever it is. So, but at the same time, I have to keep a positive thought about it, and I have to do things to make sure that I stay healthy enough. And so if I'm down for a day or two, or don't feel like doing much, or my brain has kicked into another plane of reality somewhere, because, I've seriously had 25 brain concussions. And so there are times when my brain just says, adios, Dave. And there is an automatic, I know how to go pee without peeing on the floor too much. Very rarely, but there are those accidents. But, um, that somewhere I'm walking in the mystery. if to stay with the Native American things. So our future is going to be choppy. There's going to be choppy waters ahead on the bay. If we're in a boat, then we need to make sure we've got our flotation devices on. Do we know if there are any big waves coming or not? No, but we should be prepared, but not scared. I mean, the many times that I was out on the ocean and places and things and stuff, and even on the river, um, that you don't know if there's a rogue wave off out of your distance, that because of a storm that's 10 or 15 miles out, that's going to come in and you're not going to be prepared, and it can swamp your boat, you know, because you're just unaware. You can take precautions and stuff, but if you don't really see it coming, it can't, could swamp your boat. So, use an ocean as that. But, sitting down here at the bottom of this hill, I don't see the clouds and the horizon. I have to go up the hill to see the horizon because I'm down here in this little valley. Down in the valley so low, hang your head over, hear the wind blow. Hear the wind blow, dear, hear the wind blow. Hang your head over, hear the wind blow. Okay, musical interlude number 4. It feels good though to be able to hit the notes and do them clearly. And sitting up and allowing your body to resonate, it just feels good. So I thank you for allowing me to have my little musical interludes. At the end of it, I'm like, I'm and I mean this with all honesty. I mean, I do care if it's annoying or if it's fun or people get a kick out of it. It doesn't matter. But in another way, I'm not doing it for ratings. you know, I'm doing it because I'm having fun, and I'm trying to bring those musical vibrations back to me, and it has helped me just feel better. Because I've missed the musical thing. I can listen to it, but having been a person who's performed music and stuff like that, just for the sake of doing it, you sing because it's fun. I'd go together with different vocal groups, and we'd go into churches and things and do, when we did musicals at Thomasville on Stage and Company in Thomasville, Georgia. Every year we did a musical. And sometimes I was in them and sometimes I wasn't. Sometimes I was co-director, lighting, backstage, set manager, odd person in the cast, like Camelot. We know how conditions are in Camelot. Anyway, yeah, I was in that one too. But I never got paid for it, is sort of where I was headed with that. And I didn't do it for fortune or fame. I did it because I like singing, and I did it because I like performing. But yes, it's self gratifying, but I just always love to make people laugh, you know. And there are times when I've made people cry with some of the dramatic stuff that I've done. And so, not trying to, like, ooh, look how good I am or was. It ain't about that, because it was always about the art itself, not about the fame or the ego or anything like that. It was just the doing it. So, because I haven't been involved in any of those things, I have not been doing the singing and the musical and the different sing high, sing low. I could while away the hours, conferring with the flowers, consulting with the rain. If I only had a brain. Anyway, yeah, I was in that too. Also, we did a puppet version of the which was it was a blast. It was a musical too. We the chorus sang the songs, you know, and we did the show with puppets because we didn't have enough actors to actually do the local school had bought the rights for it for their like spring about this time of the year into the school, and they were going to do this production, and they called us at the last minute, and in 10 days we put together a complete puppet show and did the Wizard of Oz. It was great. It was great. I mean, and I was a munchkin back in like eighth grade or something like that when we did um the Wizard of Oz for, I don't know if it was for Most Holy Redeemer or for, I don't, anyway, we did it in McKay Auditorium. And I remember being, dressed up as a munchkin. I was one of the taller munchkins, by the way, you know. Ding dong, the witch is dead, witch, old witch, the wicked witch. Ding dong, the wicked witch is dead. Hi ho, the merry ho, sing it high or sing it low. Ding dong, the wicked witch is dead. She's gone where the goblins go below, below, below. Yo ho, let's open up and sing and ring the bell out. Ding dong, the witch is dead. Anyway, so in sitting here and singing that, there are so many different levels of the voice and of the vocal that you might notice that I shifted positions. It was to allow the sound to come from down in my belly, down in below, and be able to project it up. I've had some absolutely wonderful people that I've had the opportunity to sing with and to perform with and to teach me how to really resonate, rather than sing just from the throat. But anyway, so um, where's Brian Lumsford? Is he in the house? I ran across his number the other day and trying to make sure I had numbers and stuff because I was getting phone calls from people. I mean, I got 7 phone calls in a row, spam alert, this a thing, VOIC, blah, blah, and I'm like, I don't have no idea who these people are. And then there are times when some of you folks call me and I'm like, when I start recognize your number or, you know, and many of you have your name on it like I do. I'm probably, if I call you, it says, David Null from, Megs or something, or Georgia, probably. Yeah. Well, hi, Brian. I continue to hope things are well with you. We haven't chatted in a while or had any kind of, but I know you're fighting the good fight with the rest of us. So now, I wanted to get to this point before I decided whether or not I was going to do any cards. Okay. So, Barry, have you got a piece of paper? I can remember my high school graduation songs. We are the world. Yep. USA for Africa. Yep. 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 There are a lot of people, who have never really been involved in any kind of choral activity. And I'm not sure how I got drug into the choir at Most Holy Redeemer, but I found out that I enjoyed it. And I didn't find out for a long time just how good I was at it in being able to hit those notes until I met Mr. Paul like 50 years later, the gentleman that I spoke about who was um, graduate and teacher of the Juilliard Art of Music, and just a wonderful man. He was elderly when I met him, but the years that I knew him, he was such a delightful man. I think to myself, of all the things that if anybody remembered me after I passed away, that Dave had his earlier years, but in the end, he was a delightful old guy. You know what I mean? It just honor and respect, because nobody said a bad word about him, because he may have done things in his earlier years. Anybody that listens to Monty Python and stuff like that, they've had a wild side. I wouldn't have doubted if he'd smoked weed or something and just wouldn't tell anybody, or did something, because not just everybody that's all conservative and everything. Uh, there's a also there. Here's another story about, you never know about people. He's very Jewish, him and his wife, and his daughter has been in quite a few plays. She was always played the lead. I was one of the characters in The Diary of Anne Frank, and we did it on. They wanted us to do it 4 weeks in a row. 3 weeks in a row was enough. We said no, we don't really want to do it one more time, because it's a depressing show. And to be an actor, to play a depressing role, and to convince your audience to be depressed because, I can't remember what my character's name, but I was the guy that was stealing bread in the story. And I fabricated a fat suit. So at the beginning of the play, they were like, my director was like, "Why are you doing that?" And I said, "Because the people are not going to believe that I lost weight. It says in the play he was thin, and Mossy Man, Susie Q, how are y'all? Steve, how are you?" So, but in the play, and being that character, you had to make him believe that, that you were so hungry that I'm sorry that I stole from you, and they wanted to ban him and kick him out, and it was like, but no, and the wife was like, she's standing up for the husband, and because he needs more than you, and this whole thing. And it's really difficult to keep doing that story. You know what I mean? So anyway, the father of the lead girl who's doing Anne Frank, who is, but anyway, um, and he's a judge. He's a district court judge in Thomasville, Thomas County. I don't know if he still is, but he knew that I had been busted with helicopters and stuff. He knew that I'd had a kind of a sordid past, but he also knew that I wasn't causing anybody any harm. I wasn't trying to sell drugs to anybody. I was always involved in doing theater and donating my time with things and stuff. So he knew that about me. So at the end of the run with the Diary of Anne Frank, they were all going out to celebrate the last show. Not really a cast party, but a get together at Applebee's or something. And I looked at them all, and I didn't. I looked at them all, said, "Look, I don't have any money, and I just don't want to sit around." And the judge, he has this raspy voice like this, uh, Judge Harry. He's like, "David, you come, sit at our table. Don't worry, order whatever you want." And I was like, "You sure, Judge?" And I said so. Now, come on, meet us down there. I'll be disappointed if you don't. Okay. So I go down, and he never approached me or anything like that, right? Because he's a district court judge and I'm a convicted drug felon, And, one of the only people they ever caught with a helicopter, I'm the guy. I guess if you're going to do it right, right? But anyway, so we're sitting around the table, and he's having a moment, and he's like, really, he's telling funny little snippets and like this and that, and he goes, "Oh, I made you something." And I went, "Yeah, Judge, how's that?" "Don't call me Judge, call me Harry." It was one of those moments, and I was like, "All right, Harry." It still feels strange, but so he made me this CD of some of his favorite songs. He goes, "I just thought maybe you'd like to hear some of the songs that I like. I like to sit down and listen to." And I was like, "Well, thank you, Harry. I appreciate this." The end of the cast, and people are giving each other gifts. And so from out of nowhere, a well-known circuit court judge in Thomasville is handing me this CD of his greatest hits. And when I got home and plugged it in, I went, oh my God, this guy's a hippie. Oh, holy shit. Because there was stuff, I can't remember all of it right now, but it was off the wall. And I was like, it was like Frank Zappa, for example. So here's Judge Harry, the circuit court judge, that some of his songs are old Zappa tunes, or this over here, or you know, or it's like I think I mentioned Commander Cody and the Lost Airmen. There was, I think he had the song "The Lone Ranger" was on it, which meant he knew who Commander Cody was, kind of thing. And I was like, oh my God, old Judge Harry. So he never disrespected me or treated me or looked down at me, but he always had to keep a distance. But at that moment in time, at the end of the play of doing Diary of Anne Frank and everything, and having worked with his daughter, and I worked with his daughter after that once or twice, I think, but he left me this CD of his greatest hits. And I was like, you never know who somebody is until they show their true side. And I've had these opportunities in life. And some of the sides that I've seen with people are absolutely ludicrous and shitty and nasty. But I've been surprised the other way too, where a circuit court judge has got this list of tunes, and this kind old gentleman that's a Juilliard, graduate and teacher and instructor, uh, likes to sit around and quote and talk about old Monty Python movies. You never know. So for me, the blessing has been that where you least expect it, you find a blessing. So Judge Harry, admired my work on the stage. I always supported his daughter. I always helped, and not in any kind of political sense. And he just wanted to show me that he was kind of belong here too, and that for whatever reason he wanted to do it. He was like, "Here's my CD." Now, how many people in the county and all these rich folks and muckety mucks knew what his secret CD was about, And I felt like, wow, now that is some trust. You just don't give this out to any the other Hiram or muckety mucks that we both knew in Thomasville. He wouldn't have given them that CD, but he gave it to me, and I have often wondered why. And I just that he just wanted to tell somebody, and he'd known me long enough and trusted me, and had seen the changes in me where I was a brusque younger man to a more seasoned and wizened older gentleman. And, and he saw me as this other person. And he, felt like, wow, I can trust him with this little bit of information because I don't know too many people that I can share this with. And it was like a dark secret from him. Man, but it was just the his eclectic music songs that I just wouldn't have expected from him, And I've had those kinds of wonderful, this wonder. She's the wife of a Episcopalian priest, and Mrs. B is such a. I hope, I don't know if she's still alive or not. I hope she's doing well, but she always played music for us and rehearsed and things, and we sang, and literally we sang and danced in plays together. And just what a lovely soul, a person to be around and just and play, on stage and have fun and be joyous, and there are people well, she's the wife of an Episcopal priest, yeah, but what a delightful woman. Hey Jody, how are you? So there are people that I have seen their other sides through the trust that you just be you, who you are. People knew me as being a crazy, kind of weird hippie guy, but by being honest and trusting, um, have being you know, I may have been late a little bit, but I was always there. I was dependable. And they knew me after a while. They understood me that whatever I was doing for the theater and the group was because I loved it. It wasn't for money. It wasn't for fame. It was simply because I loved it. And, you know, I let my house and things around here go down because I stayed at the theater all the time, kept it up, built sets, beautiful sets that look better than my house, you know, and, complicated things and light settings and, you know, and then I got sick. So it's been a hard turnaround, but what does that have to do with all this? Back in the days of when I was being joyful with performing with other people who simply did it for the joy of it, you know what I mean? Just for the singing, just for the joy of the dance, you know? That in my older life, I still want to do that. I miss that. And I might not be able to go to rehearsals or go to some kind of function right now. I don't quite feel like I'm that ready to get back into it. But why can't I sing? Now, I'm saying this about myself, but I'm wanting to bring this out in everyone else. Are you singing? Are you dancing? Are you participating in the universe? Are you like the throat singers? Are you like the whirling dervish? Do you dance for the sake of the dance? And in the dance, whatever, how there is energy and magic in it. So, um, I got off on a tangent, but I got the cards ready. Okay. Uh, oh, you mean cards? You're welcome, Michelle. Here is my number. Favor. No, Regen. He calmed down. He's laying over there on the couchy bed. So, whoever has raised their hand first, second, or third, I have not been paying attention. So, is this since Michelle was just talking about it? Um, oh, Alice first. Okay, thanks, Barry. I know I said that a while back. But of all the things in the life and so forth, you know, looking at things as a circle, as a ring, and not as a repetitious thing, mind you. But even when I was talking about massage techniques in my last video, I think it was all about going in circles and pushing the energy in the direction of the flow, you know, and such as are things in the universe. So, um, Al, wherever you are, okay. Um, sure, Mossy Man. Yeah, well, let's just set it up. Give me a time and that kind of thing, and sure, sure, Mossy Man. Barry has got he's actually got a list. So whoever's asking in the thingy, and I feel kind of sort of in the mood after an hour and a half sitting with y'all and having my side of the story, but this invoking, though, I'm going to just sit here and ask the spirits to guide me. I'm not going to sit here and invoke any spirits to uh, help me pull the cards. I never have. I just, in my mind, I set myself and I go, okay, to my spirit guide, help guide my hands. This is what I'm doing internally. Help guide my hands to pull the cards that are needed for the people out there. Just help guide my hands. That's all. You know, who I'm my spirit guide is, and I look at it like this. When I say close your eyes and hold up your hand, um, my spirit guide's like looking out, going, okay, there he is, right over there. Okay, So Barry, to repeat, it's Al, right? He's not in the chat, but at the moment he's riding around. But this card's for Al. So when I close my eyes and I think about this, I'm just simply asking, not invoking. I'm simply asking, guide my hands to the cards that are necessary for the people who need them, you know? And I just let the cards, I let the cards slide over my fingertips. So, and it's usually these two fingers in the middle that give me the signal as to what card to pull. So then I will pull and flip up. This is just an example. I will pull up the card and then uh, look down at the next card or two. And the one at the moment that pulls up, and that's interesting because it was on my mind earlier today. I was, as part of this invoking of spirits and things, owl. You know, if you wanted to call a spirit, you know, what would you, what animal or bird or what medicine would you use? And I was thinking, well, owl's one of my totems. And so it's number 21, and that's a card they wanted me to pull. They want me to pull right now. So, owl. And I'm thinking this is for, the owl is for owl. But as the spirit guides are saying at the moment, that remember these cards are for many of us, not just a particular person, but we all already understand that. But number 21, and I went right to the page of owl. That's also interesting. I opened the book to it. All right, so let me take a, will y'all hold that spot? I'm out of coffee. And I made fresh coffee, and you know, it's been an hour now, and before the thing goes up, let me go get my coffee. Hold that thought, okay? Hey, buddy Duggar. Everybody says hi, Duggar. Everybody sends you love. Cheers, everybody. Have some coffee. 12:58 a.m. on a Saturday morning here in South Georgia time, reading cards for folk. First card up for tonight is Owl. And in my discussion earlier about invoking, and you know, owl was one of the animals that I was thinking of, that if I were to use an example, then owl would be the one. Now, this is supposed to be for owl, but at the same time, I was thinking this an hour and a half ago, actually 2 hours ago before I got on. All right, so owl is deception. Owl, magic, omens, time and space. Does the truth emerge? Casting out deception. Silent flight, sacred medicine bird. Now, owl medicine is symbolically associated with clairvoyance, astral projection, and magic, both black and white magic. Owl is called night eagle. Hey, Brandy, Witch Moon, Regen. If I missed anybody, Isby, yep. It'll be 4:20 in a few minutes, too. Hi, Michelle. Owl is called the night eagle on several medicine wheels used by Amerindian teachers. Traditionally, owl sits in the east, the place of illumination. So think about this now. Owl at this time is illumination. Since time immemorial, humanity has been afraid of the night, the dark, and the unseen, waiting fearfully for the first crack of morning light. Conversely, night is owl's friend. Owl hunts its prey at night. Not only can the owl see in the dark, but it can actually and accurately pinpoint and identify any sound. This gives it a great advantage when seeking food. Owls are the night hunters. Some native peoples are fearful of owl and their feathers, and call its feathers deceiver feathers. An owl feather is silent. You cannot hear owl when it flies, but its prey definitely knows it when the owl strikes with its beak and talons. Owl is oftentimes the medicine of sorcerers and witches. If owl is your medicine, you will be drawn to magical practices and perhaps explore the dark arts. You should resist that at any temptation to practice any type of black magic or any art that takes energy away from another person or being. And that's my what I was talking about earlier about the use of the word invoke, because it suggests some type of magical, I'm going to invoke this, you see. And in that, um, you should resist any temptation to practice any art that takes energy away from another person or being in any way, shape, or form. A thought, something, if you're taking it away, and or being, not just a person. So if you're going to invoke something, did you ask the spirits before you started your invoking? So if you have owl medicine, these night birds will have a tendency to collect around you, even in the daytime, because they recognize a kinship with you. Now I need to look up woodpecker for myself, but is it is it any wonder that in many cultures, owl is a symbol for wisdom? In this case, we're discussing uh, astral projection, clairvoyance, and wisdom. Um, where was I looking at you? I missed it. Anyway, in many cultures, owl is a symbol for wisdom. This is because owl can see that which others cannot see, which is the essence of true wisdom. When others are deceived, owl sees and knows what is there. Athena, the Greek goddess of wisdom, had a companion owl on her shoulder, which revealed unseen truths to her. Owl had the ability to light up Athena's blind side, enabling her to speak the whole truth, as opposed to only a half truth. If owl is in your personal medicine, no one can deceive you about what they are doing, no matter how they try to disguise it or hide it from you. You may be a little frightening to be around, since so many people have ulterior motives which you can see right through. If you are unaware of your medicine power, you may take your keen insights and abilities for granted. Others never do. You may frighten them and reflect their blindness. You may frighten them and reflect their blindness. For you cannot be fooled. Owl medicine people know more about an individual's inner life than that person knows about him or herself. If you pulled the owl card, you are being asked to use your powers of keen, silent observation to intuit some of life's situations. Owl is befriending you and aiding you in seeing the total truth. Owl can bring you messages in the night through dreams or meditation. Pay attention to the signals and omens. The truth always brings further enlightenment. Now, in this whole discussion that I was having tonight, and it's just odd, I shuffled the cards quite a few times and didn't look at them, but that card was for Al. But I'm kind of wanted, they wanted me to read this card over again too, because I have Al medicine. So, I try my best, don't pull my own card, you know what I mean? So, without any kind of intent on what card I was supposed to get, I shuffled them and went through them just like normal and Al. This sentence that when here that says, you may be a little frightening to be around since so many people have ulterior motives, which you see right through. And there are a lot of times that I've had discussions on things, and I'm saying this to you as you all know me, is this my owl medicine? In that, because some of these things I talk about I understand about the goddess medicine or the divine and but there are some people, so some of these folks, I think it's that I see through some of there's deception there. I'm not quite sure what it is, but there's something hidden, and you've heard me talk about it. So for myself, I know that owl is one of my totems. And could my own totem be calling out through the reading tonight? Maybe, but they're telling me no, this card's for owl also. And that the message, this is good message for all of us in the deception. Let's make sure we stop and listen, because there are deceivers out there. Okay. If you pull the owl card, you're being asked to use your powers of keen, silent observation to intuit some life situation. Owl is befriending you and aiding you in seeing the total truth. So, in my discussion about the use of the word invoking, if I were, quote, to invoke the power, the medicine of owl, it would be to help me to see the truth. But other people would use that same thing to try to find something out about someone on the dark side, if you will. Send an owl to sit in the window and see what they're doing and tell me, report back to me. Okay. Or then there is just that owl, you wish owl to make sure owl will show you that if you're being deceived or not. That's totally different. So intent. All right, Barry. Yeah, they're telling me that this card was meant for owl. Although I'm asking them myself, because I had this owl thing, and I'm going, no, the card was for owl, even though it is synchronicity, because I was thinking about it earlier, but no, the card is for, hey, Brandy. But that card was for Al. I'm shuffling them again. Chloe's next. Okay, Chloe, you know the drill by now. Hey, Maverick, if I haven't said hi. Interesting. These cards that I've pulled have all, the couple I pulled last night, this one, some other ones I looked at, they were all right side up. None of them were upside down. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Anybody? Can you hear me, Elderberry? I can't see anything happening over here. You can hear okay? All right. It's not sure. There's a little indicator down on the bottom, you know, where the microphone is, and it doesn't really look like it's jumping much. Okay. All right. So you can hear me. All right. I'm good. All right. That's all I need to know. But anyway, in having the 5x5, okay. So, but in this understanding of this stuff, though, I have to allow it to happen. I cannot force this. And so, how many times I shuffle the deck, or if I turn it upside down or not, or whatever, you know. Okay, I got sidetracked. Chloe's next, right, Barry? Because one of the things that I know every time I do this with doing the cards and stuff is that there may be messages sent through the cards for me, you know, although they I keep asking, are you sure that card, that Al card was for Al and not that? No, it was for Al. It's just synchronicity. Uh, um, and the message is wisdom to be able to observe deceit. Okay. Thank you, Barry. Steve. Close your eyes and I'll miss you. Tomorrow I'll kiss you. Remember, I'll always be true. And then while I'm away, I'll ride home every day and send all my loving to you. All my loving I will send to you. Anybody know? Okay, Chloe, close your eyes. That's was close your eyes and I'll miss you. Tomorrow I'll kiss you. Anybody know who that's from? Remember, I'll always be true. And then while I'm away, I'll ride home every day. I'm going through the cards, and I got to this one. And I'll send all my loving to you. Did this thing stop doing? Bob, we love you. Have some coffee. Beatles, absolutely, Maverick. Regen, it's the Beatles. Yep. And before Sergeant Pepper, it was one of them love tunes. You know, it was like it might have been on the same album that Michelle, my belle. These are words that go together well, my Michelle. Yep. Okay, so the card that was pulled is again right side up. Just interesting. I'm going to point that out. Whereas some of these same average, same album, right, Maverick? Yeah. Um, man, I used to have all them albums. It's just and all the 45s. Oh my god. Just joking about Elvis Presley. It's okay. You know, we can have fun. We can joke. Actually, I think he did sing it at least in one of his concerts or something, you know, because it is a good crooning kind of tune that an Elvis love song kind of thing. And my Aunt Shirley took me to see every damn Elvis movie there ever was to the drive-in. I was her date, you know, to go watch Elvis. But anyway, uh, so Whale, Chloe, this is for you, number 41. And it was interesting that dolphin and whale, not so much whale, but was thinking dolphin and the mana thing, you know. Right, and here is the page number 40, which is dolphin, and it says mana. Dolphin, breathe with me, breathe of the divine, mana of the universe, in oneness we entwine. Now, the card is whale, but I've been having this dolphin kind of thing going on in my head, and it's because of the mana. And if we understand what dolphin is, the energy of dolphin, it's that like the ocean, you're surrounded by energy and life and everything. So, but anyway, but the card is for Chloe number 41, which is whale, and it's record keeper. Okay, the whale is the ancient the whale is the ancient record keeper. Okay, now 20's coming up. I'm looking around for my other glasses because I noticed that I can't quite read the words and I'm straining here. So, I used to have a pair of 200s, but I can stack them and that'll be all right. Whale of mighty oceans, you have seen it all. Secrets of the ages are heard within your call. Teach me how to hear your words and how to understand the very roots of history of when our world began. Yeah, it's 116, so I'm starting a little bit ahead of time, just a little. Whale is very much like a swimming library. Whale carries the history of Mother Earth and is said to have been placed here by the ancients from the dog star Sirius. Biologists say that whale is a mammal and very possibly lived on land millions of years ago. In tribal legend, whales' move into the ocean happened after when the earth shifted and Lemuria, the motherland, went below the waves. Now, people who talk about, ancient history, here's something in this book that we should all consider. The history of us goes way beyond what these folks with the Bible and all this other stuff, okay? But these ancient peoples, the shamans, the medicine men, there are women shaman too. They're called medicine women, and some are called witches, which is just not really nice. Although some folks are witches, I gotta say, bad intent and will put a hex and a curse on you in a heartbeat because I've had it done to me. So, anyway, our history on this planet and our bloodline and so forth, whether we believe in the aliens or not, there were folk here long before in places and stuff. And anyway, so, and that's just not really considered in present times. There are the ancient times, and then there's the even more ancient times. So there's early ancient, and there's middle ancient, and there's the really old shit. Okay. So anyway, whale is the record keeper. In all of our petroglyphs, speak of the motherland. Wait. Whales move into the ocean happened when the earth shifted and Lemuria, the motherland, went below the waves. All of our petroglyphs speak of the motherland move and the disaster that brought the red race to North America from the west beyond the great waters. The symbols in the petroglyphs speak of a river in the mountains crossed by our ancestors when they sought solid ground as the water receded. Whale saw the events that led to the settling of Turtle Island, North America, and is kept the records and the knowledge of their motherland alive. It is said that Mu will rise again when fire comes from the sky and lands in another ocean on Mother Earth. Now, I just have to stop there. In another ocean. So here's my thing, if they came out of the ocean from the Pacific and Mu went under the water and all of these tribes and peoples moved that came from the west to Turtle Island, the disaster that brought the red race to North America from the west. So they're insinuating then, if you come down here, I have noticed this before. It is said that Mu will rise again when fire comes from the sky and lands in another ocean on Mother Earth, suggesting last time it landed in the Pacific, because if it lands in another ocean, then it means it ain't going to land in the Pacific. That's sort of a hidden message. Now, whether or not this prophecy would ever comes true, it's saying right here, it lands in another ocean on Mother Earth. The native medicine people are waiting for this event as the next sign of Earth changes. Earth's children will have to unite and honor all ways and all races in order to survive. Now, I've seen visions of this stuff years ago, and I try not to like focus on it, but there's still some of that in the future, it seems. Whale medicine people are encoded in their DNA to understand that sound frequencies can bring up records in the memories of ancient knowledge. They are usually clairaudient or able to hear both very low and very high frequencies. They are usually also psychically developed and fairly telepathic. Many times, however, they are not awakened to their gifts until it is time to use the stored memories. Now, something that I've noticed with all of you is that you all are sensing each other in different ways, so that you're becoming clairaudient and are learning to be telepathic in ways that you can kind of sort of, somebody's thinking about you or somebody sent you, and the synchronicity. So, and to me, I want you all to understand that this message is for you, Chloe, but everybody else too, in that you're understanding the whale music. Okay, that's many whale medicine people are able to tap into the universal mind of the Great Spirit and know how, and have no idea how or why they know what they know. Only later than when they receive confirmation do they begin to understand how they know or why they have received these impressions. And as you all have stated, many of you, in that we're all getting downloads of some kind, right? So are we tuning into whale? I hope so. I think we are. And since the card was upright, but this is Chloe's card. Whale medicine teaches us to use the sound and frequencies that balance our emotional bodies and heal our physical forms. That sort of is for you, Barry. Not that you're not emotional, but it says to balance our emotional bodies and heal our physical forms. So, while we're healing our body, we also heal our spirit. Not that there's anything wrong, but if there is, you gotta get, you gotta work out the kinks and all of the above. Anyway, to recall why the shaman drums bring healing and peace is to align with whale's medicine. Now, there's the word shaman. To recall why the shaman's drum brings healing and peace is to align with whale's medicine. The drum is the universal heartbeat and aligns all beings heart to heart. And I think that's one of the reasons why I'm here, and I should play the drum more often, they're telling me. Anyway, before the advent of speech in the primordial language, hand signs were used, and many tribes were silent most of the time. The language that was understood was the sounds of great spirits, other creatures, the animals. The language that was understood was the sounds of great spirits, other creatures, the animals. If you pull the whale card, you are being asked to tap into these records and to allow yourself to be sung to by those who have the original language, by the whale. We are the only creatures on this planet who do not have our own unique cry, like a hawk or whatever. Find yours. Allow your voice to use this sound to release tension or emotion. Whale signals a time of finding your origins, of seeing your overall destiny as coded in your DNA, and of finding the sounds that will release your records. You may never be the same again. After all, you are the melody of the universe, and the harmony is the song of the other creatures. And the harmony is the song of the other creatures. In using your voice to open your memory, you are expressing your uniqueness and your personal sound. As you open to this uniqueness, the animals that are your totems may then send their signals, sounds, or calls to you or through you. This will open up your personal records so that you may further explore your soul's history and commune with Whale, who carries the history of us all. So, and doing the songs and the singing and the talking about straightening it up and doing, and I was talking about bringing song back, the frequency, and then I pull the whale card. That was for Chloe now. But in my description of that, I think I was trying to describe what whale describes. In that we should, if we haven't had music or song, if we haven't used our own, if we haven't opened up, and I've talked about this because I'm still working on it. But it's not about the who's listening, but it's about you having your call with nature. And if it's a song, or if it's a song in your heart, and okay, so but there's truth in that. So who's next? It's 1:28. Okay, I'm going to take my 4:20 break. I don't do it often. I fill up the bowl and it takes me through quite a few. Susie Q's next. Okay. So, but here's the thing. I may be channeling, to be honest with you, with the cards. Through you, I want to get this message out because I noticed that Whale is talking about some of the things that I'm discussing. I discuss them almost every time in some way, shape, or form, but and talking about, harmony and singing with people and the joy of it, and that kind of thing. So, and I was thinking more about Hummingbird and the joy of that. But then in the Whale song and being able to sing that song or hear that song of Whale, but to use our own call to open up and use our vocal cords and make that sound that is us, Um, I could while away the hours, conferring with the flowers, consulting with the rain, you know. If I only had a brain. Anyway, so, but the idea though that um, to be sluggish and out of the mix, or do you want to sing a song and feel light on your feet? And it's like in life, regardless of how it is, whistle while you work. Do 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 do. Now that was a song to encourage people to work harder without stopping, but we won't go there. Man, okay, Susie Q's next, right, Barry? Okay. Um, but in these cards, because I'm shuffling them and I've been having these angel thoughts and messages, whale wasn't really in it, but as I said earlier, dolphin was, but it was more about the mana of the universe, not necessarily the ancient messages. But if do would we here's my point with my subject matter for tonight of invoking. Would we consider invoking the medicine of whale, or simply asking the medicine of whale, or accepting the medicine of whale? Okay, just put that in your little, in a little corner in your head. That's all. Just because whale has already said, "Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you." Da da da. I don't know the song well enough, but anyway. Um, Oh, Susie Q, why can't you be true? Oh, Susie Q, I love the way you walk. I love the way you talk. Susie Q. Okay. And this card's for you. I'm asking, do I need to turn the cards around? Um, which way they're facing. Okay. They say if it's upside down, I should read the other side. Okay. That's fair enough. Wow, you get two cards. Pipe and smoke it, yes. Snow White was a cocaine addict. Snow White was a. I'm sorry. A little bit of fun there. Um, been talking about Dragonfly, but the card um for Susie Q is a right side up butterfly, but an upside down dragonfly. So interesting. One is number 9 and one is 27. But the number 27 adds up to number 9. And they were side by side and they wanted both these cards. So here we go, ladies and gents. This is one of these two carders, which means usually that there's a message tied in with two cards and the rest of us. It always seems to work that way. I do not plan this shit. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that rudely. Yeah, and I just passed deer, and the key word for deer is gentleness. And in this universe of all the arguing and things, we really need to keep that in mind with all things we do. Is to just, if you're ever thinking like it's not deer in the headlights, but it's the gentleness of deer, we should keep that in our minds. And it'll help us be peaceable with ourselves and other people and beings and entities and in the universe. But anyway, butterfly, transformation. I pulled the buffalo card for a while and the otter card. Yeah. I remember that too. But it's been a little while since that. But to the point though, Whenever the cards show up, they show up. You know what I mean? When they're supposed to. Butterfly that flutters in the morning light. You have known many forms before ere you took flight. Now, butterfly is about the transformation, and I've read butterfly several times. But we always have to reconsider where we are because things are changing, minute by minute in the universe. So, right now, and as in other times, the message is there are going to be times that it's going to scare the crap out of us because it's so new and everything. We don't know what to do. We don't know how to act. We're going to have to adapt, right? But at the same time, though, we don't have to sit around and worry about it. We just keep an eye on the information that's coming to us, each one of us, not just through me, but, I try to stay tuned in and, be that broadcast of weirdness that, anyway. Hey, let's look at this topic for a while. But butterfly is the transformation in the four stages of the butterfly. It's the egg, and then it's the caterpillar, and then it goes into the pupa stage kind of thing, or it makes its own little house, and then transforms into the butterfly. So in each of these things, if butterfly has showed up, I can sum this up in a second here. I'm gonna read it, but in what does it really means? It means that you should check where you are. So if you're in the egg stage, or is it just a thought or an idea? Is it the larva stage where I need to make a decision or action? Is it the cocoon stage? Am I developing or doing something to make my idea come to fruition or reality? Or is it the fourth stage? Is this the birth stage of the butterfly? Am I sharing my completed idea, whatever it is that you may be doing? And there are so many levels to butterfly in the understanding of the transformation because it can be spiritual. So it may be that you at some point someone wanted to understand more about Buddhism, for example. They've heard about it, but they've been a Christian all their lives, scared, and then somebody says, hey, why don't you just, read some of this stuff, read some of this Kung Fu stuff and see what you think. Oh, well, I don't really see anything bad in there. Well, see, oh, well. So it's the ability to start with an idea and go, well, I'm going to explore more. So that idea in spirituality is I'm going to explore. Okay, so how much? Is it that you're just gonna? The idea is that you want to explore, or do you actually do anything? So the idea is the first, then the exploration becomes the action. Um, Developing anything. So if you go to the river and you say, "Wow, I'm going to come fishing," and then you actually, the third stage is that you go to the river with a fishing pole, and the fourth stage might be that you actually catch something. I'm just saying. The power the butterfly brings to us is akin to the air. The power of butterfly is akin to the air. It is the mind and the ability to know the mind or to change it. It is the ability to know the mind or to change it. So if you know what's on your mind, or you don't know that anyway, it is the art of transformation. To use butterfly medicine, you must astutely observe your position in the cycle of self transformation. Like butterfly, you are always at a certain station in your life activities. That's true. Now, you can be a in a cocoon stage in one area and be a butterfly in another area. Okay. It doesn't mean that everything in your life is one of these four stages. There are things in your life that can have different stages. And you should check once in a while and go, if I've been in this larva stage if I've been in this cocoon too long, or if I'm too big and fat as a caterpillar, maybe I should start making my cocoon and quit eating so much and move on to the next level. So everything in life doesn't have to be just one of these stages. Things in your life will have different levels. So depending on whatever it is, well, I'm trying to learn how to speak Spanish, sort of on the side a little more than I used to. But that's an idea and a thing, but how much have I acted on it? Yeah, so that's a number two. You know what I mean? I haven't really made too much action. I try and I read the bottom anyway. So my number one, I'm in the intent stage. If I really wanted to learn Spanish better, I would actually go do it and blah blah. Okay. So, but in other things, in another idea, I might be in the cocoon stage where I've learned this and that. And now I'm in, and I'm hoping that I'll be able to turn this into a butterfly. Okay. So, but anyway, um, it is the mind and the ability to know the mind or to change it. It is the art of it is the art of transformation. To use butterfly medicine, you must astutely observe your position in the cycle of self-transformation. Astutely means you got to throw ego out the window, you got to throw baggage out the window. You have to astutely look at yourself. And if you're lying to yourself on the corners or somewhere, that's not being astute. You know, you gotta really be there. Like butterfly, you are always at a certain station in your life activities. You may be at the egg stage, which is the beginning of all things. This is the stage in which you have in which an idea is born, but it's not yet come to a reality. The larva stage is the point at which you decide to create the idea in the physical world. The cocoon stage involves going within, doing or developing your project, your idea, or aspect of personality. The final stage of transformation is the leaving of the chrysalis and birth. This last step involves sharing the colors and the joy of your creation with the world. By asking yourself these questions about egg, larva, cocoon, or birth stage, you will discover how butterfly is relating to you at this moment. When you understand where you are, the symbol can teach you what to do next to continue in the cycle of self transformation. If you have found the position through which you are cycling, you will see the creativity of butterfly. Using the air or mental powers of this medicine. Now, see, they're not saying invoking anything. They're just saying, or mental powers of this medicine is done with ease. As an example, if you have been feeling exhausted and have asked how to heal your fatigue, take notice of the colors that you've been drawn to recently. Does your body feel better in green? Could this mean that you need to eat more green vegetables? It may mean that you just need to wear the green shirt. This type of thinking is an inspiration from butterfly medicine. Butterfly can give clarity to your mental process, help you organize the project you are undertaking, and assist you in finding the next step for your personal life or career, or I'm interjecting this, or your next step in spiritualness. The main message to be obtained from drawing from this symbol is that you are ready to undergo, here's the message they're saying, that you are ready to undergo some type of transformation. To decide or discern what your next move is, use the butterfly. So now that's the butterfly straight up. And the second card to kind of go along with this is Dragonfly. Now, many of us, I was watching Dragonfly outside the window today, but it's just interesting that they want this also for you, Chloe. Number 26, illusion. Dragonfly breaks illusions, brings visions of power. No need to prove it. Now is the hour. Know it, believe it. Great Spirit intercedes, feeding you, blessing you, filling all your needs. Interesting in and of that. Dragonfly medicine is of the dream time and of the illusionary facade we accept as physical reality. The iridescence of dragonflies' wings remind us of the colors not found in our everyday experience. Dragonfly shifting of color, energy, form, and movement explodes into the mind of the observer, bringing vague memories of a time or place where magic reigned. Some legends say that Dragonfly was once a dragon, and the dragon had scales like dragonfly's wings. Dragon was so full of wisdom and flew through the night, bringing light with its fiery breath. The breath of dragon brought forth the art of magic and the illusion of changing form. Then dragon got caught in its own facade. Coyote tricked dragon into changing form and shape of its new body, became like dragonflies. And accepting the challenge to prove that its new powers and magical prowess, dragon lost its power. Dragonfly is the essence of the winds of change. Now, if we go back to that last card, the topic was air. And in this, dragonfly is the essence of the winds of change, which is what? Air, connection. I'm sorry, they want me to interject things. Yeah, dragonfly is the essence of the winds of change, the messages of wisdom and enlightenment, and the communications from the elemental world. This elemental world is made up of the tiny spirits of plants and of the elements of air, earth, fire, and water. In essence, the world is full of natural spirits. And that's what I was talking about 2 hours ago, in that we're swimming in this energy of things, right? And I talk about it often, but we need to really accept it and not be freaked out about it. If dragonfly has flown into your cards today, you may have forgotten to water your plants. On another level, you may need to give thanks to the foods you eat for sustaining your body. On the psychological level, it may be time to break down the illusion that you have held that restrict your actions or ideas. Now, I know some folks are like, this thing about ET and where our ancestors and our DNA come from and all this. And they're like, they're Christians and they know this. But that acceptance of that it may absolutely be true that we are descendants from, people from other planets. Oh my God. But Native Americans have accepted it forever. So, but anyway, it's sort of like that. All right. Dragonfly medicine always beckons you to seek out the parts of your habits which you need to change. Have you put on too much weight, or have you started to look like a scarecrow? Have you tended to the changes you have wanted to make, uh, that you've wanted to make in your life? Have you tended to the changes. Now, Barry, I'm going to use you as the example, but we were talking about it about that to tend to whatever it is. So every day he needs to do his exercises with with the towel and this and that, and so that's tending to your changes. So if your changes, and his is specifically to want to walk again and get out of that wheelchair, then in order to make those changes, you must tend them like a garden. So, but anyway, and not to pick on you, Barry, we love you, but that's to send extra prayers out there. But that's what this means, okay? Um, have you tended to the changes you have wanted to make in your life? So, spiritually, mentally, whatever, right? Are you tending to them? Are you watering your own plants of, if you feel the need for change, call on Dragonfly to guide you through the mist of illusion to the pathway of transformation. Now, it's an absolutely upside down. In the contrary position, it says, are you trying to prove yourself to someone? Uh, are you trying to prove to yourself or to someone else that you have power? Are you caught in an illusion that weakens your true feelings or minimizes your abilities? If so, you may have contracted dragonfly dive bombing. Is this the final crash and burn for some pipe dream that had no real purpose? Look within and feel the sense of self energy within yourself. Notice that it is ebbing and find the point in time when you were deluded into believing that you would be happier if you changed because someone else wanted you to change. Misery is a prime clue that you've lost your will and personal validity when you bought into someone else's idea of who or what you should be. The illusion was that you would be happier if you did it their way. In forfeiting what you know is right and true for you personally, you give away your power. It is time you take it back. Follow Dragonfly to the place inside your body where magic is still alive and drink deeply of its power. This strength belongs to you. It is the power of becoming the illusion. The ability is ever changing and contains within it the knowledge that you are creating it all. So instead of being caught up in it, you become it. Anyway, Dragonfly. So that was, and it was most definitely contrary, upside down. So Susie Q, there you go. Um, I'm going to relight the cigarette and take a drink. And hey, Free Flow, who did plant good seeds of love. Yeah. But here's something we all need to understand. Let's not overwater the plants. Okay. There are some folks in their eagerness, and that, there are people who, I love these people dearly. Let me tell you, I do. I have a friend of mine who became an Episcopal, in her late 60s and early 70s, sort of like my age. We both, we're both dragons, we're both Libras, and we both found a spiritualness. And she literally became a minister for the Episcopal Church. And was, went through the whole drill and all the lessons and everything. God bless her. I mean it. But she understood a lot of things more spiritually than just from the point of view as a priest. Okay. But she brings it, for my opinion, she brings a deeper sense of the Christ in her way of teaching people and helping people. She literally went into the church to do it, where I said, I couldn't do that, but I thoroughly understand how and why she did it, And I was like, but I just can't do the church thing. Now, here I end up several years later, and I do not consider this a church, but it is a meeting hall of sorts, but out in the open, out in the universe. We're connecting through the universe, not in any contained building or anything like that. No structure. There is no structure to this other than it's free flowing, Trying to follow a particular vague idea on my topics, and but basically it's free flowing, right? So it isn't about controlling it. It's about going with the flow of it and seeing where that flow takes us. And does it feel good? Does it feel bad? Does it irritate us? Does, smoke get in your eyes? Um, but anyway, Regen is next. Thank you, Barry. That's what I was looking for. I had to put my glasses back on. Is Amanda out here? We love you. If anybody that's hanging around, and if you got to go, I know it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning here. We love you. Thanks for hanging out. I know I got started late, but there are other people doing other things, it being Friday night and stuff. And so I thought, well, I've been promising doing cards, and I do like to try to keep up with it. And but just using the cards sort of as an example, I'm not invoking any special powers. I'm not invoking the spirits to help me. I'm just tuning in, quite simply, just tuning in, you know, and allowing it to happen. So there is no invocation. There is no prayer. I'm not trying to recite anything magical in that. Help guide me to choose the right cards. That's all. So my thought to, out there is, dang, I forgot already. Man, that was a I forgot who was next. Dadgone. Regen. Okay, I just had to scroll. It just went off the screen. Regen's next. Okay. But anyway, so Regen, my thought always is um, for folks to close your eyes for 30 seconds and let my spirit see yours in the so I can pick the card. Yes, I'm harping tonight on the invoking thing because it's like they want me to harp on it because there are people who are overusing the terminology for things when it really isn't. It's not necessary. That's the point. Well, I'm invoking the spirits. No, just say I'm asking spirits to be, keep me safe on my journey. I'm invoking the spirits. But if they don't want to be, anyway. Um, okay, Regen, this. Wow, is there one right up close to the top here? Um, I'm going through the cards. Hey, Delaney. It's pronounced Rejane. Really? This is just really interesting. They had me stop 3 times in the middle of the deck and just kind of change cards. And there's one card that is like the second. Nonsense scrambles away. Nonsense is, interesting, very interesting. It's sort of the silent of the 2 cards they wanted me to pull, and it's upside down crow. But the main card is number 38, frog. So get ready to jump in the pond with frog. Let me take a quick break, right, sitting right here, a sip and a drink, and take a couple of puffs off a half-smoked cigarette. And let me find the page. Frog, interesting. I've read frog before, and not a lot of times, but it interesting. And I remember jumping from lily pad to lily pad. Frog is cleansing. I forgot about that. I remember frog, but I forgot about what its kind of sort of totem sign is, that it's cleansing. I'm getting to the point where I've read these cards so many times that I can kind of see cards flash in my little vision out here that I see. And it's like, oh yeah, deer is about gentleness, and the swan is about grace, and eagle is about this, and butterfly is about transformation, and and coyote is um, and whale is the knowledge keeper. So frog number 38. Sing, frog, sing. And it was right set up, by the way, too. And this is for you, Regen. That's how I pronounce it. Regine. Only the parents know. I'm going to call you dear love. It's Regine. Is it really pronounced Regine? Because I don't do it on purpose to disrespect you. Sing, frog, sing. Call the rains. Quench the dryness. Cleanse the earth. Then fill me up again. Frog sings the songs that bring the rain and make the dirt road more bearable. Frog medicine is akin to water energy. Frog medicine is akin to water energy. And the East in the medicine wheel, along with one of the other signs that I think tonight was in the East. Frogs teach us to honor our tears, for they cleanse the soul. All water rites belong to frog, including all initiations by water. Here, lick this frog, Water prepares and cleanses the body for sacred ceremony. It is the element we understand best in the womb. Frog, like ourselves, is a polywog in the fetal waters and only learns to hop after it experiences the world of fluidity. I always like that line. And it only learns to hop after it experiences the world of fluidity. In other words, if you've never really ever went somewhere and just floated in the water carefree, even if it's in somebody's pool or your own pool or a lake or a river or something, but you just got in and just floated, there is something about floating on the water or in the water that you just can't duplicate any other way. It's that fluidity, okay? The transformation into adulthood prepares frog for its power to call for the frog to call in the powers of the waters of the skies, meaning the rain. In knowing the element of water, frog can sing the song that calls the rain to earth. When the ponds are dry, frog calls upon the thunder beings to cleanse and replenish the earth with water. Like frog, we are asked to know when it is time to refresh, purify, and refill the coffers of the soul. They want me to read that part again. Like frog, we are asked to know when it is time to refresh, purify, and refill the coffers of our soul. If frog hopped into your cards you chose today, it is ribbit. Its ribbit may be calling you in the cleansing you need. If you were to look at where you are today, would you use any of the following words to describe your condition? Tired, overloaded, harried, frustrated, guilty, itchy, nervous, at a loss, empty, or weakened? If so, take a break and allow yourself to bathe in the waters of frog medicine. Regine, this is for you, eh? This could mean a long, relaxing bath, disconnecting the phone, yelling stop, or taking in a deep, cleansing breath. The key thought is to find a way to rid yourself of distractions and to replace the mud with clear energy. Then replenish your part spirit, body, and mind. Spa time. An ability of frog medicine people is to give support and energy when it is needed and where it is needed. A frog medicine person can cleanse negative from an environment. Many mediums or clairvoyants who work with the cleansing haunted houses carry frog medicine. Many of the world's seers use water on their hands when tapping into other realms of reality due to water's superior superconductive nature. And in Mayan and Aztec shaman practices, the shaman places water in his hands or in his or her mouth and sprays it over the body of a patient to clear away negative energy. This is done while holding the thought of frog firmly in their mind so that healing may occur and the patient may be replenished with positive energy. Sometimes dried and stuffed frogs are also used to guard the person's body during the session. No wonder I've got little frogs, things of little statues of frogs and stuff around me. Plus, there are frogs in the house. They're toad frogs, but same category. Frog speaks of a new life and harmony through its rain song. The deep tones of frog's ribbit are said to be a call to the thunder beings, thunder, lightning, and rain. The ribbit is the heartbeat that comes into the harmony with Father Sky and calls for the replenishment needed. Call to frog and find peace in the joy of taking time to give to yourself. A part of this giving is cleansing yourself of any person, place, or thing that does not contribute to your new state of serenity and replenishment. They want me to repeat that part again. A part of this is in giving the cleansing yourself of any person, place, or thing that does not contribute to your new state of serenity and replenishment. In other words, if there's something that ain't jiving with your new whatever it is, you maybe feel different about something, or spiritually you feel you have evolved, and there are people who don't trust you, believe sometimes you just have to leave some of them folks and go, I can't listen. I just have to go on with this. But it is your cleansing of any person, place, or thing that does not contribute to your new sense of serenity and replenishment. So you're allowed in the cleansing of frog, you're letting whatever the nasties or whatever the negatives or whatever, you're calling to the creator for rain to replenish your soul with new energy. Not a bad thought. Now, the next sort of go along with, so cleansing is the frog, and the next other card that's sort of the side card is upside down crow. Number 24. Crow log. Now, because it's upside down, I'm just going to give an overview of crow and then go to the upside down. Crow, are you cawing so that I may know the secrets of balance within my soul? Now, just saying, Frog was just talking about cleansing. Or are you sending your sacred caw just to remind me of universal law? There is a medicine story that tells of Crow's fascination with her own shadow. She kept looking at it, scratching at it, and pecking at it until her shadow woke up one day and became alive. Then Crow's shadow ate her. Crow is dead crow now. Dead crow is the left-handed guardian. Left-handed guardian. Now it's interesting because now not just for myself in this, but my guardian's always on the left here. It's never over here. I just saw that. Dead crow is the left-handed guardian. If you look deeply into crow's eye, not eyes, but eye, you will have found the gateway to the supernatural. Crow knows the unknowable mysteries of creation and is the keeper of all sacred law. Sorry, let me do a drink here. 2:11 a.m. Crow is the keeper of sacred law. Crow can bend the laws of the physical universe and shapeshift. This ability is rare and unique. Few adepts exist in today's world, and fewer still have mastered Crow's art of shapeshifting. This art includes doubling or being in two places at one time, consciously, taking on another physical form, and becoming the fly on the wall, so to speak, to observe what is happening far away. Now, I would consider that to be like Max and use of, I can never think of the word forward thinking, but you know what I mean. All sacred texts are under the protection of Crow. Creator's book of laws, plural, or book of seals is bound in crow feathers. Crow feathers tell of spirit made flesh. Crow is also the protector of the Ogala, or ancient records. Now, the upside down version of this, and there's a lot about this. So you are an outlaw today. This is one of the varied messages of Crow Reverse. The rebel is you has given a yell. Now it's talking about cleansing is the first one, and this is the backup side. A word to the wise at this point, make sure that if you are stepping on toes, you have some backup. The catalyst for a ballroom brawl is usually the person with two black eyes. That's what it means to eat crow. If you're not planning to go to such extremes, Crow Reverse may indicate that you are merely cheating a little on your diet or covertly watching the neighbors have a fight or thinking promises are made to be broken. Now, related to the cleansing, I think what they're telling me is that there are, it could be that you're faking yourself into thinking that you're doing the cleansing when maybe you're not. It's like cheating on a diet. If you are lying to yourself on any level, you have lost the power of Crow. Think about it. Maybe your inner truth will come to you. Now, this is related to cleansing. In seeing what is true, you may need to weed out a past belief, which Frog was saying you got to cleanse yourself of stuff. You have to weed out past beliefs or ideas to bring yourself into the present moment. Contrary Crow speaks of needing to remember that divine law is not judgment, or denial of self-truths. That ties in with frog, I would say, in the cleansing. Divine law is honoring harmony that comes from a peaceful mind, an open heart, a true tongue, a light step, a forgiving nature, and a love of all living creatures. I love this paragraph. Honor the past as your teachers, honor the present as your creation, and honor the future as inspiration. Refusing to honor the shifts in your ability can cause emotional pain. An implosion of energy is apparent when rebellion surfaces. Contrary Crow speaks of broken law. The law of expansion is broken by suppression. So if you're trying to cleanse and, the law of expansion is broken by suppression. So if you're suppressing anything, getting rid of something, trying a new idea, or following your heart, for goodness sakes, expansion, the law of expansion is broken by suppression. So anything you suppress, how can you expand? You're holding a sponge like this, so how can it pick up water? Think about it. This may apply to a situation, an old habit, a person who gave you, um, who have given your authority, you have given your authority to, or to your own fears. It is always your own creation. So call on Crow and shift that creation to a new reality. So, in my humble opinion, in looking at this, Frog is saying it's time for cleansing. It's time to call in this, and Crow's saying, look, there's some stuff that you may not really understand. But if you're lying to yourself on any level, you have lost the power of Crow. Think about it, and maybe your inner truth will come to you. They wanted me to read that again. So I hope that is something. Uh, oh, yeah, NASCAR racers do multitask. You're working on some beads? Cool beans. Cool beads. Okay. So anyway, my Isby is next. Thank you, Barry. I know sometimes I get really intense with some of these things, but if you could hear the beating of the drum on the back of my head, but they're like, make sure they understand this. But to the same point, that it the upside down crow is like it means a lot to all of us. If we're going to cleanse ourselves, let's make sure we're not holding on to something that we're not really paying attention to. And because uh, the law of expansion is broken by suppression. So if you ever think about, just ask yourself this thought: if I squeezed the bad water out of my sponge, but am I still squeezing it and not allowing fresh water to get into it? It's the old sponge theory. All right, Isby. Don't be thinking about any card now, Isby. I got this thing that like, oh, what card am I? Nah, don't do it. Just hold your hand up. Don't be thinking about a card now. That's unfair. I'm choosing which way the cards go. All right, since we're waiting, um, um, how many of you secretly liked the Bee Gees, but were afraid to really admit it back in the day? So your card is Snake, Isby. Uh, 36 and 37 the last 2 nights. It was 50 degrees here down in South Georgia, close to the Florida line. And it was 50 degrees here, and which is very pleasant. I mean, I got a long sleeve shirt on. It's the middle of May. I love it. I know there are other people not so much, but for those people who were convinced that we were in global warming, maybe not so much. But Isby, I put the book down. Dadgummit. I'm going to drink a little coffee. Number 6. Oh, wow, I went right to it. Now, here we go with another transmutation. Well, this is transmutation where butterfly was transformation, but it's very similar. My dad loved the Bee Gees, so I naturally disliked them because he walked around. Yeah, I don't mean Saturday night. There were lots of other songs that the Bee Gees did um, that were good songs, and it was the harmonies. Got real small holes. Yeah, I'm sure Maverick, they make a really special line for those small beads, but yeah, uh, I've got some beads and stuff too, and I don't have any, line that's that small. So Isby 6 is transmutation, and it's all about snake and shedding its skin. Snake, come crawling, there's fire in your eyes. Bite me, excite me, I'll learn to realize. The poison transmuted brings eternal flame. Open me to heaven to heal me again. Snake. And it's a straight up one, too, by the way. So, snake medicine people are very rare. Their initiation involves experience and living through multiple snake bites. Now, they want me to interject this to you, Isby. Consider this, all right, that some of your experiences in life that may be difficult, it's hard, or, as snake bites. Now, I don't know if this is true, okay, but this is the message they're sending down through me now, in that you may not get actually bitten by a snake, a 3D snake, but it may be the universal snake that's biting you. And these are experiences or bad things, and it feels like you're getting bit. Okay, anyway, they wanted me to relate that just to you. The power of snake medicine is the power of creation, for it embodies sexuality, psychic energy, alchemy, reproduction, and ascension or immortality. The transmutation of the life, death, rebirth cycle is exemplified by the shedding of snake skin. It is the energy of wholeness, cosmic consciousness, and the ability to experience anything willingly and without resistance. It is the knowledge that all things are equal in creation, and that those things which might be experienced as poison can be eaten, ingested, integrated, and transmuted if one has the proper state of mind. Thoth the Atlantean, who later returned as Hermes, as the father of alchemy, used the symbol of the two snakes intertwining around a sword to represent healing. Complete understanding and acceptance of the male female within each of us and in each organism, in each of us and in each organism. How does it reproduce, right? Anyway, uh, creates a melding of the two into one, thereby producing divine energy. This medicine teaches you on a personal level that you are a universal being. Through accepting all aspects of your life, you can bring about the transmutation of the fire medicine. This fire energy, when functioning on the material plane, creates passion, desire, procreation, and physical vitality. On the emotional plane, it becomes ambition, creation, resolution, and dreams. On the mental plane, it becomes intellect, power, charisma, and leadership. When this snake energy reaches the spiritual plane, it becomes wisdom, understanding, wholeness, and connection to the Great Spirit. If you've chosen this symbol, there is a need within you to transmute some thought, action, or desire so that wholeness may be achieved. This is heavy magic, but remember, magic is no more than a change in consciousness. This is for everybody. But listen, Isby, this is magic. But remember, magic is no more than a change in consciousness. Become the magician or the enchantress, transmute the energy, and accept the power of the fire. Magic is no more than a change in consciousness. That's very, So there you go, Isby. Hey, Julianne. Fox, how are you? Um, all right. Barry's got the list. So I'm going to take a 20 break. It's been an hour. Um, it's 3 hours and 2 minutes in. Blessings to everybody. Julianne, I'm sorry. I got there's a song that's playing in my Hey Julianne. That's not how it goes, but what's your plan now? Can anybody play? Yeah, it was Hey Marianne. What's your plan now? Can anybody play? Dum 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 dum. Anyway, Julianne, that song went into my head. I get the damnedest. I missed. Hey Jeff, if I haven't said hi. Transmutation, yeah. And in that, you know, can anyone play? Yeah, you know what song I'm talking about, don't you? I can't remember. Um, was it Carrie Ann or Mary Ann? And somehow I got on my got into this early rock and roll thing. Yeah, Mary Jane don't quite go with the tune, but I get it, David. Yep. Hey, Marianne. That's right. All right. So, but who is the group? I almost want to say it was the Bee Gees or somebody, but I'm not sure. Um, because there was a lot of harmony in there. Um, Thank you, Barry. I knew if I just sat here and looked stupid long enough, you'll figure out I needed to know who was next. See, now that's synchronicity. uh, Song, 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 sing, sing, sing a song. Song, 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 sing, sing, sing a song. Anyway, the Hollies, thank you. But weren't some in the Hollies though? Didn't the Hollies have a couple of the members of the Bee Gees in there in the earlier days? I'm just saying. Cary Grant. Yeah, Brandy, the Hollies. Yeah, I listened to the Hollies a lot, and back in the day. Oh, I'm supposed to pick a card. Doug is next. Thank you, Barry. All right, get back on track. I missed the 20 mark. I just wanted to have a quick little sip break. You know, as much as when I get done doing these sessions like this, I'm tired at the other side. Now, this ain't a complaint. This is just an observation and the truth. It's not like, Dave woke up tomorrow morning. Oh, you're welcome, Teresa. I was going to ask you and tell you earlier, but then you heard my thought and answered me there. So thank you, Teresa. Synchronicity. Although your synchronicity was um, slightly delayed, you got it and replied. So it doesn't matter if it's instantaneous or not. It's that it works. Anyway. All right, Doug, he's our man. He's the one who sits on the can all night, all day. Angels watching over me, my Lord, all night, all day. Angels watching over me. We used to sing that song before every show. All the cast would get together and link our pinkies and arm in arm and sing that song. And I don't know where it came from, but been singing it for years. And if I die before I wake, oh Lord, the angels watching over me, my Lord. Pray the Lord my soul to take. Angels watching over me all night, all day. Angels watching over me, my Lord, all night, all day. Angels watching over me. Fox, if you're on the list with the answer is yeah. Barry's got the list. So Doug, this card's for you. This card's for you for all you do. Da, 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 da. So, yeah, not that way. They want them this way. So, 30 seconds with the eyes closed and hmm. Now that's twice. And interesting. Okay, they wanted me to kind of wasn't quite what it was in here. Hummingbird has showed up as a trail card. Yeah, this song was a song that literally 30 years ago I sang within this theater group, okay? And it was passed down from some other people, and they were in a theater group. It was at a college or somewhere, and it was sort of an old spiritual. Yep, you. I know, Teresa, you were in theater, so y'all did y'all sing that song too? And when especially you get a bunch of theater folks singing in different harmonies, and oh my goodness, it will, I don't care who you are, whether you believe in Jesus, God, or the Bible or anything like that, to sing that song in a group like that, the energy, the flow, the hair will stand up on your arms. And people who did not believe in that kind of energy, after being in a circle and singing, or at least being part of the circle, feel the energy, and they just go, oh my God, I had no idea. So yeah, I'm so glad that somebody else, I don't know where the song came from, but I know we sang it a lot. So anyway, Doug, this is for you. It's bear upside down with a sidebar of lizard upside down. Okay, so anyway, here we go with that. And if you will indulge me to let me light a cigarette, and it was an old Southern, yeah, because one of the people, um, I think it was at Columbus, Georgia, the Reinhardt Theater or something. Anyway, and that was haunted. There's several theaters that I've been in that are haunted. The Monticello Opera House that I played in several times. Oh my God, the acoustics in that place you would not believe. You can sit in the farthest reaches of the theater and hear a pin drop on stage. It was designed by a famous opera designer, opera house designer from Paris, who was brought in North Florida over there to Monticello. Back in the day, they were queuing each other up down here to see who had the best opera house and theater. It was amazing back in the day down here, and to have been able to been on stage, uh, 32 packs a day. Uh, Bear. Introspection. The fact that I can go 3 days on a pack of cigarettes is like, I know I should really give it up, but I don't sit here and light one up one after the other. I take a couple of drags and I'll put the cigarette out. And I'll take a couple of drags and put the cigarette out. I got several here that, there's at least a third of the cigarette still there, but it's too short and it's too hot. And so I probably won't even smoke them. But there are times when I'll make myself smoke one of those and just take 2 puffs and put it out, and that's all I get. So I'm trying to do better with the smoking thing myself. But, I have quit several times. I have slowed down several times. And at this particular point, I have to just moderate it and meditate it. And, my excuse is I've given up so many other things. What WTF? And that's a really bad excuse. I don't inhale and smoke and drag them like I used to, but that doesn't make it right. So, Doug, this is Bear upside down, but I got to read some of the right side up. Bear, invite me into the cave where silence surrounds the answers you gave. Bear is introspection. The strength of bear medicine is the power of introspection. It lies in the West on the great medicine wheel of life. Bear seeks honey or the sweetness of truth within the hollow of an old tree. In the winter, when the ice queen reigns and the face of death is upon the earth, Bear enters the womb cave to hibernate, to digest the year's experience. It is said that our goals reside in the West also. To accomplish the goals and dreams that we carry, the art of introspection is necessary. That even rhymes. To become like Bear and enter the safety of the womb cave, we must attune ourselves to the energies of the eternal mother and receive nourishment from the placenta of the great void. The great void is the place where all solutions and answers live. They live in harmony with the questions that fill our realities. If we choose to believe that there are many questions to life, we must also believe that the answer to those questions reside within us. And there's a common thing that if you can ask the question, you somehow know the answer because you were astute enough to ask the question. But anyway, um, each and every being has the capacity. It doesn't say person, it says being. Each and every being has the capacity to quiet the mind, enter the silence, and know. And the word know is in italics, so it's like important that to know. So you enter the silence and know. You don't really ask it because if you've got the question in your mind, you don't have to ask it because the universe already knows you've asked the question. And so when you enter the void or the silence, they already know you've asked it. It's not a precognition or anything, but as soon as you have that, I wonder what this is like, that's it's already there, you see. When we create the question, the answer's there. Um, so anyway, um, if we choose to believe that there are many questions to life, we must also believe that the answers to these questions reside within us. Each and every being has the capacity to quiet the mind, enter the silence, and know. Now, for me, this bear introspection thing also ties into my topic for the night about this thing about invoking stuff. If you enter the silence and just know, then you will understand even the use of the word to invoke is like really not necessary because you just do it. Many tribes have called this space of inner knowing the dream lodge, where the death of illusion of physical reality overlays the expansiveness of eternity. It is the dream lodge that's where our ancestors sit in council and advise us regarding alternative pathways that can help us lead us to our goals. This is the power of bear. And there are times you always see me refer to the left side. I'm always looking up. And to me, there is a council of ancestors. That fits kind of sort of what I understand. So I feel like I've connected, not necessarily with all of the elders at the same time, but I'm connected with an elder, and that's my spirit guide who sits with other elders. So, but anyway, that is a good explanation of how I kind of understand my connection to this. Okay. I am not the elder, but my elder is, my connection to this. So there, the elder is my elder and is your elder. Okay. My spirit guide, my guardian angel, my elder, you know. And so the more that I accept it and receive it, the more I understand, things out there that just, I've tried to explain stuff and it sounds really crazy. So, but anyway, each of you is going to have your own experience. um, it is in the dream lodge that our ancestors sit in council and advise us regarding alternative pathways that lead us to our goals. And that means whatever our goals are, spiritually, educationally, we would just want to know more, want to speak another language, the female receptive energy that for centuries has allowed visionaries, mystics, and shamans, there's the word shaman, to prophecy is contained in the very special bear energy. In India, the cave symbolizes the cave of Brahma. Brahma's cave is considered to the pineal gland that sits in the center of the four lobes of the brain. If one were to imagine an overview of the head, the top of it would be a circle. There's that circle. The south would be the forehead, the north the back of the skull, the west would be the right side, and the east the left brain. Bear is in the west, the intuitive side, the right brain. To hibernate, bear travels to the cave, which is the center of the four lobes, where the pineal gland resides. In the cave, bear seeks answers while he or she is dreaming or hibernating. Bear is then reborn in the spring, like the opening of spring flowers. For eons, all seekers of the dream time and of visions have walked the path of silence, calming the internal chatter, reaching the place of rites of passage. Reaching the place of rites of passage. The channel or pineal gland. From the cave of Bear, you will find the pathway to the dream lodge and the other levels of imagination or consciousness. And choosing Bear, the power of knowing, has invited you to enter the silence and become acquainted with the dream lodge so that your goals may become concrete realities. This is the strength of Bear. Now it's a flat upside down, okay? If you've drawn Bear reversed, your internal dialogue may have confused your perception of your true goals. Now, I pulled cards earlier and it was about deception. That's interesting that upside down Bear might be saying a similar thing in another way. If you have drawn Bear reversed, your internal dialogue may have you confused your perception of your true goals. Your internal dialogue may have confused your perception of your true goals. Now, I did a video the other day about missions in life, and so whether or not you had one and whether or not you wanted one and all that kind of stuff. So for this, they're trying to help me explain something about this line. If your internal dialogue, in other words, your belief system, whatever it is, it may have confused your perception of what your true goal is. So sometimes we sabotage ourselves. So whether or not this applies to you, I'm not sure. In seeking answers or advice from others, you may have placed your own feelings and knowings aside. The time has come for you to regain your authority, for no one knows better than yourself what is proper and timely for your evolution. Reclaim the power of knowing. And when I read this about this, you go into the dream time and enter the silence and just know. You just let go. You just know. Reclaim the power of knowing. Find joy in the silence and the richness inside the womb. Allow the thoughts of confusion to be laid to rest as clarity emerges from the west, nurturing your dreams as Mother Earth nourishes us all. Bearing the contrary position is teaching you that only through being your own advisor can you attain your true goals. Anything less than the doing of that which gives you the most joy is denial. Anything less than doing that which gives you the most joy is denial. To achieve happiness, you must know yourself. To know yourself is to know your body, your mind, and your spirit. Use your strengths to overcome your weaknesses and know that both are necessary in your evolution. Journey with Bear to the quietness of your cave and hibernate in silence. Dream your dreams and own them. Then, in strength, you will be ready to discover the honey that's waiting in the tree of life. Okay, that was for you. But Doug, here's the message. Um, if you've drawn Bear reversed, your internal dialogue may have confused your perception of your true goals. There's a warning there, Doug. That's it. Sometimes it's like Coyote tricks us, you know, and we really honestly think we're doing the right thing when we're so convinced we're doing the right thing that we may be missing the obvious, which is just to be, just to know, you know. But anyway, uh, thank you, Barry. Mossy Man, come on down. You're next in the car if the cards are right. Let's shuffle the cards. Why don't we? Hey, Dave, why don't you shuffle them cards? All right, Hawkeye, I think I will. All right, for this time around, you know, it's Mossy Man, come on down. I just got to say something about doing that. You know, a lot of us grew up on the Truth or Consequences with Bob Barker, and then he became Truth or Consequences. And I just got to say, you know, there are so many people that just loved Bob Barker for what he did. And even until his older ages, he was a ladies' man for whatever that is or not. You know, it's like, but Bob Barker, come on down. Mossy Man, door number one, door number two, or door number three. Well, Bob, I just don't know. I'm so excited I peed in my drawers. Thank God I wore Depends so I wouldn't have to leave my audience seat to go to the John. All right, they want that card. Boy, they made me. And here's interesting. I went and picked a card, but the one that was next to it is deer. So to me, when I'm doing the cards, I will look to the one next to it, and it's like, see, it's here's another, you know, the deer card, not to be chosen, but that the deer card shows up to confirm or to keep that, you know, that gentleness, that anyway, for all of us, and especially for me. But there's the deer card just as a, you know, because it was next to the beaver card. Okay, Mossy Man. And there seems to be another card that wants to come along with it. And both of them are right side up. And I can get to the armadillo and sum it up, but beaver is the one that is your major card. It's number 22. And so let me take a swig. Let me take a hit. Mossy went to bed. Well, I'll read the beaver anyway. Armadillo, to sum it up, is that you need to draw a circle and find out, your armor is the armadillo, and only allow those things in that you want to allow. There was somebody taught me years ago, I was getting some bad email and some bad press and some of the stuff in my earlier videos. And, I was lurking in other people's chat rooms and saying stuff. And they were like, if you want to say these kinds of things, then start your own channel. So I did. And then, mother shows up and like, yeah, do this. Right. So here I am after all these years. Short story, long story made short. But anyway, Beaver seems to be, Mossy went to lie down. Anyway, I've already got it. And they want me to do this because it's like for every one of these cards that I'm pulling, there's a message for everybody somehow. But anyway, number 22 is Beaver. And that's the builder. Beaver, teach me to build my dreams, including others too. So, see, here's in this builder thing, it may be that this was Mossy's, but including others too. So this message is for us. One mind, one thought. Heart says one. Lessons learned from you. Beaver is the doer in the animal kingdom. Beaver medicine is akin to water and earth energy. So we've had this water thing several times tonight. And it incorporates a strong sense of family and of home. So this message is for all of us in that we are a soul tribe and a family here. So if you were to look at the dams that block woodland streams, you would find several entrances and exits. In building its home, Beaver always leaves itself many alternative escape routes. This practice is a lesson to all of us not to paint ourselves into a corner. This practice is a lesson to all of us not to paint ourselves into corners. So this is Mossy's message, but it's also for us. They're like, keep reading, Hawkeye. Okay. It's a positive message. If we eliminate our alternatives, we dam the flow of experience in our lives. That's just, if we eliminate our alternatives, we dam the flow of experience in our lives. A doer is characterized by industriousness, and Beaver knows that limitation cancels productivity. Limitation cancels productivity. If you feel you're limited or not qualified or something, then your productivity is going to go down. Beaver is armed with very sharp teeth that are capable of felling whole trees, and they are. Imagine what those teeth could do to the limbs of a predator. From the rear, Beaver is armed with a paddle-like tail that it aids in swimming as well as in guarding its behind. It says this tiny mammal, but it's not a tiny mammal. There are some really big beavers. Is well equipped to protect its creation. To understand beaver medicine, you might take a look at the power of working and attaining a sense of achievement. Now, this message is for all of us. In building a dream, teamwork is necessary. To accomplish a goal with others involves working with the group mind. Group mind constitutes harmony of the highest order without individual egos getting in the way. This is a really good message for all of us as well, maybe for Mossy, I don't know. To accomplish a goal with others involves working with the group mind. Doesn't say hive. Group mind constitutes harmony of the highest level and the highest order without individual ego getting in the way. Each partner in the project honors the talents and the abilities of the others. and knows how to complete the piece of the puzzle that belongs to them. In working well with others, a sense of community is achieved and unity ensues. Here we are, folks. This is Beaver message is for all of us, I believe. If fever has appeared in your spread, you may be time to put your ideas into action or compete or complete some project that has been neglected. The beaver card could also be asking you to settle differences with fellow workers or friends. Beaver tells you to look for alternative solutions to life's challenges and to protect the creations which you put your love and energy into. Sometimes Beaver brings you a warning to watch your back. If this is your message, you will know it by the position in which the card falls. Well, I can't tell you that. It says that the card falls in the south. It is to remind your childlike self that trusting is okay, but caution is always necessary. Use discernment and all will be fine. But you want me to go back a page. And they're saying, yes, this is his card, but yes, this, because of the beaver's message of working with others, it is meant for all of us too. To understand beaver medicine, you might take a look at the power of working and attaining a sense of accomplishment. And building a dream, teamwork is necessary. To accomplish a goal with others involves working with the group mind. The group mind constitutes harmony of the highest code order without any individual egos getting in the way. Each partner in the project honors the talents and the abilities of others. And I'm throwing this in. So it means that jealousy is not allowed, and knows how to complete their own piece of the puzzle that belongs to them. In working well with others, a sense of community is achieved and unity ensues. Here we are, everybody. This is, to me, that's it. We are the example of what the beaver card means. You know, we have learned to work together. Each of us has talents. I try my best to keep, not that ego is a fight for me, but that it would not be honorable for me to do so. In other words, if I was like, hey, y'all, you need to listen to me, and I'm telling you the truth here, and if you don't pay attention, y'all are damned. And there is a different way to approach some of the topics and things that I've discussed, right? So approach and my ego cannot be a part of, and there are times when I get a little, feisty at things, but it's not necessarily that ego wants to come in, but it's my ego of how strongly I feel about something. Is like there are some people out there that I want to save them, and I want to grab them by the shoulders and go, stop being an idiot, in the sense of the word. I just want to slap them, I don't really want to hurt them, but I want to go, wake up, pay, something needs to jar your brain, but anyway, but see, that's my ego that's interjecting into that, in that I feel that strongly about them, but I want to slap them and shake them. So you have to back that up and go, can't go there. There are times when I go, man, there are some people I would just like to shake. And that's as far as I can allow that to go. Because otherwise, the way I look at it is sort of the ego comes in like, well, I know what I'm talking about, so you should listen to me. And it's like, yeah, no, I'm still trying to be the partial observer. There are some times that I learn something from what they're connecting me with to have a chat with you. So anyway, I'm going to see if I can, if I'm, did I miss who's next? Steve's gone later. See, Julianne, you've really got, I respect you so much. And because you always say thank you all for your gifts and talents. And Julianne, that to me is like, you know, that shows your respect, that shows you understand to me, and honor right back at you, Miss Julianne, and all your friends and family. You know, much love and joy through all the hardships and chaos. But you know, there is a reason. Elderberry, is there anybody? I know that Fox asked if Fox is still around. I don't. Jody is next. Okay, I just caught it. It slipped by me. All right, Jody's next. All right, Jody. A simple yes will do. But did the information and discussion about or never mind. I think I'm going to do another video about staffs, Jody. Yeah, they're listening. Steve, adios. Okay, Fox, I'm trying not to be so slow and staying away from 2 and 3 cards. So, you know, sometimes I wonder why I even shuffle these things. I think it's because there's a before and after card that sometimes goes with something. Like the deer card keeps showing up, not that it's a primary, it's a secondary. And I use the word loosely in that it's a shadow card. It's like shows up over here and goes, you know, I'm still here, you know. Like the bottom card, guess what, is deer. As I'm not trying to look, but as I'm talking about deer, it shows up on the bottom of the deck, you know. I'm just saying, I'm sitting here shuffling and it used to be in the middle. Now it's at the bottom. So, Jody, they want this card for you, and it's grouse, number 34. And I've read this card before, and I might have it may have even been for you as a strange grouse. Anyway, the orchestra of existence, we are now tuning in and making beautiful music together. Absolutely. And 22 hip hip hooray. There you go. Grouse is the one that comes to this one. Grouse is a sacred spiral. You were a grouse last week. Well, it's come back up again. And this time it seems to be for Jody. Grouse of the sacred spiral, leading us on to reach the everlasting heights where we can live as one. And grouse once flocked throughout North America, but now even on the plains where these birds were so plentiful, there is an absence of them. Many plains Indians, the tribes dance the grouse dance to honor these birds. The movement of the dance follows a spiral, which is the ancient symbol of birth and rebirth, the ribbed tunnel of eternal return. So, you know, those spirals that are written into cave walls that people like, that is that spiral, you know, that is the grouse dance. Okay. The movement of the dance follows a spiral, which is the ancient symbol of birth and rebirth, the ribbed tunnel of eternal return. The ribbed tunnel of eternal return. The sacred spiral is also one of the oldest known symbols for personal power. When you think of grouse medicine, visualize a whirlpool or even a tornado. For the sacred spiral will take you to the center. The spiral is a metaphor for personal vision and enlightenment. It is a metaphor for personal vision and enlightenment. Many initiates on vision quest paint spirals on their bodies and believe that the great mystery will favor them with the visions of power and purpose because of this symbol. The whirling dervishes of certain Sufi orders are masters of the spiral dance and can transcend to higher states of awareness. Dervishes can travel to the center of the spiral and return with any magical power they choose. In the dervish state, one enters the giant silence, even though there's music or drum going on, and has direct communication with the creator by spinning clockwise or counterclockwise. The dervish draws or repels specific energies. Sufi dancing is a system which connects one with a divine source through the ritual treatment of motion. If you have grouse medicine in your cards, undertake a meditation on the, okay, they want me to pay attention to this part. If you have grouse medicine in your cards, undertake a meditation on the various qualities of movement within your own world. Wow, there was a loud boom or thud. Felt it right through the floor. What time is it? 3:12. Okay. Sorry about that. Begin by visualizing the sun as one member of a huge group of stars swirling in the massive pinwheel shape of the Milky Way. Then draw yourself out of this pinwheel of light and into the spiraling of your own DNA and the double helix. An arrangement similar to a rope ladder coiled like a corkscrew. Analyze the way you move through Analyze how you move through your world. How do you picture yourself in the act of locomotion? What kind of reaction do you create with the energy you send into the universe? Now, I got to say that there are people who are moving around in circles, and they may actually be going in the wrong direction when it may be that they should go counterclockwise when they've been doing a lot of clockwise. Sometimes it's the yin and yang in things. So those folks, and I was asked this by my medicine man, and somehow this is important. He asked me, after observing, some of my dances and my personal ceremonies, and he was, finding out how things were going. He said, "Why did you go counterclockwise?" And I said, "Because that's where the energy wanted me to go." And he goes, "That's interesting." He said, "Because our shamans and medicine man," and he was taught by Northwestern tribes, he was part Tlingit and Lakota and Idaho and Montana and up in there. And he was like, they always told us to always go the same direction. And I said, well, I'm being a Heyoke. There are times when you go counterclockwise and when everybody else is going clockwise. And I've kind of understood this as my own personal medicine, if you will. And he was like, and he recognized the Heyoke in me. And he goes, I never thought about it that way. That, I'm always going the same direction when there are times when I feel like I should really be going the other direction. So he said, it was sort of like, well, grasshopper, you taught me something here, that I hadn't considered, is kind of sort of that metaphor that if you understand that. And he was like, that's really interesting. And I said, because I never grew up with anybody telling me which direction was correct. I always follow my intuition as to which direction I should go. in a ceremony or something. So anyway, I had to interject that because there are times when, we feel, well, I don't know, it's clockwise. Is it? Check. Many spiritual disciplines ask that you cease all external movement in order to recognize the inner self. In other words, you have to be so still and so quiet, you cease all external movement. Grouse medicine, however, is an invitation to dance. So grouse celebrates the divine source through its sacred spiral dance and offers its dance and this dance to you as a gift. So grouse medicine is saying, get up and dance. And the universe is giving you hopefully the energy to dance. Uh, you know, you can spend a lifetime learning Grouse's lesson on how to harmonize your dance with Mother Earth and her cycles, and how to offer the dance as a creation of selfless beauty. And you can just stand up and wiggle yourself and turn and twist, and not if you're sore and can't actually do the dance, you can dance sitting down, and you can dance with the universe if you allow yourself to. So, but it's your vibration, it's movement of your arms. You can move your feet if you're stuck in, I'm in a chair or whatever. So if you choose to dance like the grouse into the universe, then, do so. Don't be chicken. Anyway, I missed who's next. Jody, I hope that helps. Well, here's one of the things that back in the day when I was working in the theater more and was doing dancing and things, I was trying to build up the calves of my legs and standing on my toes a little more and just being a little. It wasn't that I was. It wasn't that. Brandy is next. Okay, Brandy. All right. I'm sorry. I'm always so slow at this, but and for you that are hanging out, blessings to you. I don't know how I do this. I just do the best I can. So, and I don't mean for y'all to wait or whatever, but thank you for your patience. So, Brandy, you're next. Okay, Brandy, here's your card. It's links. Now, as a shadow card to this card was the frog. So, if you were here earlier, the frog is about cleansing. So, there's the frog medicine is a shadow card to the links card for whatever that means. We'll find out. And there's deer again. After I shuffled the cards again, deers ended up on the bottom again. So just a reminder, for me and for me to pass that on. Yeah, frog was your card reading, but it's the message is cleansing and it's being passed on through. You know what I mean? Regen. Number 18. But yes, you're right. It was your card. Yes. And I don't really understand about the shadow cards. I'm saying this because it's like I asked the deck, is there another card? And they'll go, yeah, dig a little further down in the deck. And this one isn't really the main card. Um, but that even though it's got pulled before, like deer and so forth, it keeps showing up to like It's a reinforcement card, like cleansing. It's showing up in some of the other cards, rather cleansing, you know. And now here's links with secrets. Oh yeah, I remember this one. In my mind, to see a Hawkeye on an old wooden throne, and we were all gathered together at desks like students in a shaman school. We're all outside, and we're all sitting, you know, on split logs. You know, there have been several places that I've been at campsites and Boy Scout camps and things over the years where there's this little chapel in the woods, and there are logs that have been split, sawn, or whatever, and the seat part are logs that are turned up this way. And anyway, um, but anyway, that's me. And you know, if that were to be, it would be that we were all outside in the open. But anyway, so Lynx is secrets, roasting marshmallows. Yeah, Lynx, you know the secrets so very well, the dream time and the magic, but you will never tell. May I learn to hold my tongue, observe like the Sphinx, powerful yet silent, the medicine of the lynx. 520. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Let me have that little break. The lynx's secrets. Okay. Thank you, Barry. Fox is next, and then it's open. Okay. It is said that if you want to find out a secret, ask the lynx medicine. Unfortunately, it is difficult to get to the silent lynx for them to speak. To be confronted by the powerful medicine of lynx signifies that you do not know something about yourself or about others. It signifies that you do not know something about yourself or others. They wanted me to read that again. Lynx is the keeper of secrets of lost magical systems and of occult knowledge. Lynx has the ability to move through time and space and go into the great silence. There's the great silence again, for unraveling any mystery. Lynx is not the guardian of the secrets, but the knower of secrets. The problem lies in getting Lynx to instruct you. He or she should rather be off chasing a bird than running circles around you. Lynx medicine is a very specific type of clairvoyance. If this medicine is strong in you, you will get mental pictures concerning other people and the exact things that they have hidden, either from themselves or from others. You will see their fears, their lies, and their self deceptions. The self deception is something that they want me to just bring that up. You will know where they have hidden the treasure, if there is any. You will never speak of these revelations. You simply know. If you pull the links card, you can be sure that secrets are afloat. If this is your personal medicine, you should listen to your higher self. Be still and pay attention to the revelations you receive, either in the form of mental pictures or through a high singing voice in your inner ear. Perhaps you will receive information in the form of omens. That's what it says, omens. You can be sure that Mother Earth is signaling you in some manner. If Lynx is at your door, then listen. Brother or sister Lynx can teach you of your personal power and of things you have forgotten about yourself. Teach you of your personal power and of things that you have forgotten about yourself. That's what they want me to repeat. Links can lead you to lost treasures, spiritual, etc., and connect you to forgotten brotherhoods and sisterhoods. Some medicine people believe that the Sphinx of ancient Egypt was not a lion, but a lynx. Thus the name Sphinx, lynx. Anyway, this lynx does not say much, but with an enigmatic smile, the great cat watches over the sands forever. So they not the keeper of the secrets, it's the knower of the secrets. So, but anyway, Lynx card. And with the backup of whatever the secrets are, there is the cleansing. So, but anyway, I hope that helps. I don't know if yeah, let me, which is interesting. Uh, I was thinking of country dancing back in the day when everybody was doing the line dance versus Native Americans who dance in a circle and other folks, you know. I mean, there was the square dance, but there was a lot of do-si-doing and twirling in circles, you know, but they called it a square dance, which is interesting, you know. Uh, but anyway, I forgot who was next, Barry. Yeah, my 5 new kittens out in the yard. There's one that is just absolutely precious, and uh, I try my foxes next. Thank you, Elder Barry. Um, I try my best not to get too attached in case an owl carries one of them off in their small stage, and uh, but you know, comes running out in the yard now when I walk out in the yard and start crossing where before they used to hide. And now I don't even have to holler kitty kitty. They're like, they see me coming. They think I've got food or milk or something for them, you know. So, and not every time am I doing that, but they're running out now and greeting me in the yard. And, you know, the way I'm going to have to, you know, take a little video or something and show how Duggar and the kitties are interacting. It's really precious. You know, he's just wagging his tail and doing this thing, and the little kitties are all around him. It's just precious, you know. Fox is next. Thank you. All right, Fox. Let me grab these cards, and I think they want me to shuffle them just to like freshen up the pile or something. Which is, you know, sometimes I shuffle, and sometimes when I pull the cards, I will split the deck like this and then turn them. So this is now upside down if these are right side up. So it changes the position of the cards. More so for me than anything else. And I think I'm doing this on purpose. Deer was on the bottom again. I'm going to get rid of that on purpose. Put it up in the deck. But interesting that the card that replaced it was elk. Brandy, yes, I went square dancing with my nanny in Georgia when I was little. I pretended to know how to clog. Yeah, and clogging, I mean, there's something to that. You try clogging. Just try it with the dancing and the thing in the feet. Just try it. Just try it. I'm just saying. Just try it. You know, and it may look stupid or whatever, but try it. There is a talent in it. I'm telling you, there is a rhythm and a thing, and oh my God. um. So Fox, keep your hand up. Wow, now that's interesting. Um, Interesting message coming through, Fox. Um, there are two shadow cards that I'm calling it. It doesn't mean they're in the shadows or they're evil. They're just side cards. But they're affected to the main card. One is a reminder of butterfly. And butterfly basically means there's four stages. There's the egg, there's the caterpillar, there's the pupa, and then the butterfly. And so there's a butterfly reminder stuck to this card. And there's also crow right side up instead of upside down, but the main card in this. So, and crow is the keeper of the law, right? I think. Anyway, I'll briefly go over it. But ant is the primary card. So they asked me to pull the main card, but as I pull the main card, the one next to it was the butterfly card. And the second card was the crow card because they said there's a reinforcer to the ant card, which is crow. Okay. This is all very complicated to me too. But Fox, this is for you. Okay. Ant is number 32. And for whatever reason, it's upside down. But in thinking about the ant in the colony, ant is about patience. Interesting. Ant is about patience. Let me take a sip of something to drink. And I'm almost out of coffee. Oh, tiny ant, your patience grows like the sands of time. Can I learn to be like you, or is it too sublime? Ant is about patience, number 32. That's the number listed in the book. Ant can carry a leaf over hundreds of miles just to get it back to the anthill. Ants in Africa will strip a forest bare when food is scarce if it takes them a year. Strange noise outside. Ants medicine is the strategy of patience. Ant is a builder like beaver, which is in our cards earlier tonight, is aggressive like badger, has the stamina like elk, the scrutiny like mouse, and giveaway like turkey. Now that's some serious magic right there, right? Every ant in an anthill is part of the ant group mind. Notice they don't use hive mind. They use group mind, like what was stated about beaver. As all the ants work for the queen ant and the hive, self sacrifice is part of the ant medicine. Greater than ants' other medicine, however, is patience. Ant people are active, community minded folks who see the greater future needs of their town. Ant people are planners, like squirrel, and are content to see their dreams being built a little at a time. In today's society, that is a rare quality. Now, dreams being built a little at a time. Well, Beaver also in tonight is a builder. So, and let's see, in the desert. Oh, that's just not true. Um, there is a paragraph here that they actually are talking about an ant that will make a cone in the desert. And that's not true. Those are ant eaters that sit at the bottom. They're not really ants, but anyway. But they're saying that at the bottom of the little ant circle thingy is if you have patience, something will fall in your hole. Ant people have a knowledge about the sweet victory at the end of the line. There is never a concern about going without if they are late for the opening of a sale. If whatever they want is sold out, they are sure that something equal or better is available. If you have ant medicine, you eat slowly and deliberately and are content in knowing that what is yours will come to you. This knowing is good medicine. It shows a trust in the universe to provide. They want me to read that again. If you have ant medicine, you eat slowly and deliberately and are content in knowing that what is yours will come to you. This knowing is good medicine. It shows a trust in the universe to provide. And I'm adding this to provide what you need. If ant medicine is in your cards today, it is time to show a little trust and patience in some life situation. You may have forgotten that you will always receive that which you need at the time you need it the most. If it is not on the horizon or just around the next anthill, you may need to use some strategy. How can you put to use your power of creation until it arrives? Whatever it means to you at that time. And it's working for the good of the whole. Question mark. Are you? If you are, be assured that the whole wants the same goodness for you and that it will be provided. Now, Ant was absolutely upside down, and it says, watch out. Here comes the sting. If you are in a hurry, you may fall prey to those who are not working for the good of the whole of humanity. Those individuals who make greed a way of life prey on the fear and urgency of those who have forgotten natural and tribal law. It's easy money. If this warning applies to you, become aware of users and con artists. In the contrary position, Ant also teaches you to trust natural law. Now I know why Crow was thrown in here. Holy mackerel. Ooh, give me shivers. In the contrary position, Ant also teaches you to trust natural law. If you do, harmony always follows. Your silly impatience will bring Coyote to aid you in sabotaging your plans for the future. If you allow your panic to outweigh your rational sensibilities. The key here is to honor the will of the Great Spirit so that mountains are not made out of molehills. Now, this thing about those who may prey on the fear and urgency of those who have forgotten natural or tribal law. If this warning applies to you, become aware of users and con artists. Now, with that said, the shadow card that I picked, guess what? I got the chills when I got to that point. It's Crow, and Crow is about universal law. Now, ain't that just a coinky dink, right? So let me go back to page 34. I'm sorry, 24. And Crow is the law. So the ant card was to be aware, and Crow is, if you look deeply into Crow's eye, you will have found the gateway to the supernatural. Crow knows the unknowable mysteries of creation and is the keeper of all sacred law. So, Ant's like, okie dokie. So here is Crow showing up as the shadow card to the ant card concerning law. So whatever natural law or something like that, and it may not be you that it is the issue. It may be somebody else. But anyway, Crow is standing up straight upright to back up the law thing that the upside down ant is showing. That's how I'm looking at these cards. So I don't really need to go all the way through Crow because I've already read it before, but in that it's there and its main thing is the law, which was the back, the backup for the other. So Fox, the that was for you, right? Barry, yeah, thank you. And for everybody that has participated tonight, it's been 4 hours and 50 and 16 minutes. And so I don't know how much longer I can hang out. It's 3:41 in the AM time. 5:15. It's May the 15th on 2021. And I hope, I don't do these cards for my benefit. I know I say this all the time, and I'm not trying to be preachy or, self-absorbed about this, but I really do hope that the cards mean something to you. I I think it's somehow I'm explaining something that I'm still trying to understand myself, but in describing it to you somehow that maybe you will understand it somehow. But anyway, it's been 4 hours and 16 minutes. So um, Fox, it absolutely resonates. That was interesting that the crow card showed up to back up whatever the natural law thing was. I mean, I literally got you. If you noticed, I literally shivered because it gave me, that was so flipping right on, Holy, I mean, as far as cards go, not necessarily as far as you go, but as far as the two cards and the message, here's Crow upright going, hey, pay attention to what the last card just meant. Okay. All right. I understand, Um, high five. Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, Barry. Damn, how many folks do I do cards for? I don't care. It's not about the numbers. But there's been some interesting readings, and now each of you will interpret them your own way. But the cards that seem to show up tonight was like frog and cleansing, and thinking about the butterfly in the air, and that bear going into the west, and just going into the hibernate state, to go into the great mystery, and to just know, not try to understand it or whatever, just be it, just know it, just interesting stuff. It's 4:18. I've been on the air. I set my intentions not 20s just to make a positive my perspective. Fox, interesting you say ant medicine, hence ant people, Charistus. That's interesting, Fox. Uh, I'm simmering on it. Yeah, I don't know if it's what it means to you, and I here's an interesting point that I was trying to make and trying to explain the effects of this on me. Because I'm interpreting whatever it is they want me to stop and repeat or something like that, because I have no preconceptions as to what the hell, I'm going to be reading or what the card is. And then when I get there and I go and I hear this, read it again. I've learned, don't argue, you know. And whether it means anything for me or to you personally or as a group of folks listening, you know. So it is not my um it's my job to interpret what some of this could mean to someone. But in doing so, I feel like I've kind of pried into this. That's the wrong word, but you'll get what I mean. I have been, it's like I'm an operator on the line listening to a conversation that ain't meant for me. It's meant for you. You know what I mean? So it's become personal in that I'm the operator, listening in on the conversation that's meant for you. So somehow, and it's a strange, I'm still trying to understand this. Let me tell you. So I feel like I know each of you somehow in some subdural thing, I cannot put my finger on it. There is nothing. It's just, but, for those of you that I have pulled a card on for several times, it's easier for me to like see your hand up or something. Where newer folks are like, let me look for that hand out over there, is that you? Be safe and rest well. Is Ken's out of here? Longest so far that I can think. I usually find it not comfortable leaving when it's not my intention to do so. I don't know why it happens or tries to do. Thank you, Fox. He says, David, you're freaking in tune with it. You are channeling it. Thank you. So, but I'm still trying to understand it. I always, I'm telling you, when I get off here, I always just, raise my hands to the skies and I say, my Charista symbol, I raise my arms to the sky and I say, thank you to the universe. And I say, thank you for allowing me to pull, do whatever it is that I'm doing. Thank you. Give me the strength to do it again, especially if and when it's necessary. Because I don't necessarily choose these times. These times are chosen for me. So, and there are times when I'm sitting here having this little conversation because, I don't, me and Duggar can talk, but to as I'm experiencing these things, you are my friends. So after a play or after a performance, and I hate to use that word performance because this is not that. But if I was doing puppet shows in a performance, in that I was trying to make people laugh and that thing, and the energy that you put out and so forth, that's sort of what I mean in that. Not that I'm acting, all right, but actually I'm acting. I'm acting as the operator. I hate the word channeling, because I'm not channeling your energy. My spirit guide is. So I'm just listening in on the line, I'm literally, it's like I'm over here in the conversation. So, but it's not your spirit guide that's giving me the information, it's mine. It's always my guardian angel. It's not somebody else's. Now, I can hear two people talking sometimes, and like I've said, but it's always my guardian angel, my spirit guide, that gives me the final word. That's where I've learned to place that trust. And so for you, Fox, you have just said, that I'm freaking right on it. You all are the ones who determine that. So, and there are times that, and this is where ego wants to kick in. I wonder how many times I got it right. I wonder how many people really, got a message. I wonder if they were just being nice and going, oh, that was a great card, Hawkeye. And, they don't really mean it. I mean, I don't dwell on that sort of thing, but to be honest, those thoughts have tried to cross my mind. But in my solemn oath and in my solemn vow, it has nothing to do with the numbers. If it means something, it's absolutely wonderful. Somebody else might listen to what the card has meant for you and get as much out of it or more than it may be have meant for you. The card may have been meant for many people to hear, or the message at that time. And go, son of a bitch, man, I've heard this card before, but this time it really, something's just, something hit me this time when I heard that card. Or, you know what I mean? So, and to have a shadow card like, the ant, and to think about the law, the blah, 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 and then have the crow to kind of come back in there and go, I mean this. Like the universe going, come on now, we really mean this. It freaks me out. You're my friends. I can talk to you about this. But I continue to learn. I'm a shaman in training. I try to be nothing more than the best that I can do. And I'm proud to be here and to be able to do these things, because that means that I'm doing what I was shown for me to be doing. And in the discussion earlier on about, I can't remember which of the cards it was. Oh, Beaver. In that there is this feeling of achievement. So the feeling of achievement for me is that for all the doubts that I had, that my mother Mary, when she said, trust the plan, Dave, and do this, and Sister Aline was like, trust the plan, just do this, Dave. And like, yeah, so for me, this goes back many years. And the fact that I'm still learning to trust the spirit, my spirit guide. Now, I don't have any issues with it, but in learning to be that shaman in training, then it just means that for every time, and maybe I should be, you nailed it, everyone, that doesn't happen by fluke or coincidence. It's on the level of synchronicity and confirmation. Trust the gift, my brother. See, now I should read your comments, because I so don't want this to be about my ego. Um, what if you get monster man's for everyone? Yeah, yeah. But you're a bridge for that message to us. Thank you, Teresa. See, I accept my mission. You know what I mean? But at the same time, since I can't see your faces, like, I hate to use this term, but sort of like Delaney said, we're all sitting on benches, and I'm having class with you all. I can't see your faces, but I can sense your essence. And so if I pull a card for Teresa or for Brandy or for something, so there's something personal in the message as it comes through me that seems to connect me personally to you, in the fact that I was the one who connected. I'm thinking of the operators in the old days with the headphones, and they literally plugged the wire into the board. Okay, that's what I'm thinking of. So that I have like, Mr. Jones, are you is this the party to whom I'm speaking? you know so I was the operator, and I am the operator. So it's not that I, quote, know you, but I have heard, because I'm the operator. Anyway, that's I'm trying to understand this myself. Okay. And it's not that I disbelieve that it's happening. Well, actually, there is, I got to be honest, there's a 10 to 15% of me that still shakes its head and going, I still don't believe this shit. you know, there's a little part of me over here that's going, I still don't believe this shit. You pulled the ant card, all about the law, and then and then you pulled the crow card beside it. I mean, the synchronicity of just those two cards, regardless of the message, but that they were, the two of them were tied together, is what freaks me out. You see, wow, whether any of it out, but oh my God, those, you know what I mean? So the universe is still teaching me, but at the same time, I can't buck it. I can't fight it. I don't invoke anything. Can I make this any more clear after 4 hours and 30 minutes into this? That it is much more simpler than invoking anything. Invoking sounds like poking to me, like you're trying to poke it anyway. Brandy, your Maverick, there is a silver thread which connects to the belly button. It is unbreakable. I'm going to fall asleep. I don't meditate. Meditate. If you look while astral, you'll see it. Yep. And you know, I've never really paid attention to the cord thing. I just, I don't know. But yeah, Maverick. Uh, if you don't freak out, kind of like chickening out mid flip into a pool. Yep. And then another thing, when people are trying to relax and go into that state, there is a certain place where if you're relaxing your body and relaxing your mind, you will think that you can't breathe. I mean, there are times you know, that you just catch your breath. It feels like you're, you know, and you come slamming back into yourself. I don't know at what point it just never mattered to me about that. But one of the things that you have to understand, um, and if number one is that if you learn how to control your breathing, then you will understand that your breathing is actually automatic, like your heartbeat is an automatic thing, like blinking your eyes, you know, unless you're just really into blinking your eyes like a strobe light. But in the understanding of that, your body and things and stuff. So um, but if you can, you know, learn to control your breath by, you know, doing the simple breathing in, hold, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, however you do it. But it is important in the understanding of how to do, in my humble opinion, for those who are just learning to do the astral projection, because that to be conscious of it, you have to leave your body. And there are people, and Brian and I talked about this a couple of years back. He goes, man, I find I'm catching my breath. And I'm like, see, that's because you were leaving your body and you were conscious of it. And it felt like you're, oh my God, I can't breathe. You know, I'm in outer space. Actually, you don't have to breathe out there, you know, but your avatar body here, or, you know, the main body, what, you know, whatever you want to call what's ever laying in bed or whatever it's doing, and however you want to, oh, am I connected? Just know that you are. And, but you have to understand that, and as part of the self hypnosis meditation that I learned about this, about learning to astral project, was that if you control these things before you try this and you gain control of it, then your unconscious becomes confident. Pay attention to this, because your subconscious is always listening. So when you're trying to astral project, you're turning things over to the quote unconscious side, which is actually always working. It's not unconscious. So that means the kidneys are working, your heartbeat is regulated, your breathing is regulated. Now, if you intervene with that, and become confident in that you can control your own breathing, which in effect controls your heartbeat, and then you turn it over, because right now as I'm talking to you, I'm thinking about it, but it's still on autopilot and it's always running. So We have to just have faith if we go spacewalking that it's still going to run. It's like an air compressor in the garage or something. It's still going to be running. We're going to be okay. But for people who are just learning about um, astral, space travel, that might be a hurdle for some people. And so understand though, but being able to control your breathing and then to be able to subconsciously control your breathing. So it's like, well, my heart's really beating, it's really pounding and everything. Yeah. So instead of taking 20 minutes to go into a breathing exercise, if you've learned the exercise, then it's sort of like a easy for you to say, a pre-programmed app that so when you reach a certain point, it goes ding, and this app goes in, and you download immediately all the breathing exercises, and within 30 seconds, you will have control of your breath and your heartbeat. Because you go, oh yeah, that's what it's like. And all of a sudden you have control. Where before it would run rampant and all this other stuff. So it's really important, for people who are trying to have control of their lives and their spirit and things. You say, well, so Hawkeye, what does this mean? It means that it gives you power. Power to control your breath subconsciously rather than it just doing willy-nilly. No, wait. So it's not really robotic, but it means that you have a it's sort of like an app that's running in the background, and that it's listening to things and monitoring things. And so it's like if the system, if you will, starts to overheat or to get cranky, or for me it was getting angry about something or frustrated or whatever, it would automatically kick in, and in sort of like getting a shot of endorphins, in a certain part of my brains, it would go, don't go there. Oh crap, I was going to lose it right there, wasn't I? Calm down. So if you're not trying to astral project and you feel yourself leaving, it doesn't freak you out. Are you speaking to me, Brandy? This cute little one. I used to fly around the room with a magic pillow. I used to astral project as a child and didn't understand what it was until later. I've told this story, but I know there are some of you who are new to this, and let me tell this. It's a true story. It freaked me out as a kid. I was about 12-ish. Maybe a little, maybe a year older. I don't think so. I don't think I was a teen. I think I was still a preteen, 11 or 12. Anyway, I would always have these vivid dreams, and I had nobody else in the house had one, but I had this old feather pillow. Don't know where I got it, and I always blamed it on the feathers because I could clutch this like to the side and nestle into it, and I could fly with my pillow, and I would go different places and fly different places, and I just thought it was dreams. Yeah, I was astral projecting and here's how I know why. Because my mom and pops used to go bowling. Pops went golfing, but anyway, they, were part of a bowling league for many years for different people and stuff. And they had bowled at least one night a week. I was Wednesdays or Thursdays or something. And my aunt would come down and babysit us, and us three kids at the house. And when we got older, we could take care of ourselves. But anyway, we always had to be in bed by 10. Well, they always got home about 11:30 or 12. Okay. So past our bedtime, right? And so for some reason, I was asleep right away that day because I've always had issues with going to sleep. Um, but anyway, making well, overcomplicating the story possibly. What time is it? 4:05. Uh, Which moon out of here? Realize that you just know that you succeeded. Give yourself a couple of deep breaths and let it pass, then come out and play. Good night, Witch Moon. Thank you for all your comments earlier, or what helps you guys sleep. But anyway, so it's one of these nights, they're bowling, they're coming home late, and I'm flying around in my pillow. And I was in the room and doing something, and I remember because they would always come in, their bedroom was like 3 feet across the hall to their bedroom door. And a small house, Jim Walter style home, 12 by 12 rooms kind of thing, very simple house. But anyway, they would come down the hall. Our room was on the right as you come down the hall, and it was a dead end, couldn't go anywhere. So they'd open up the door and flip on the light to check on us boys. I slept on this end, my brother slept on this end. We slept feet to feet kind of thing. And so the door opened and the light came on, and now here's the thing, I got scared in my dream, and I took my pillow and went up into the corner of the room with the clutching the pillow and squeezing it as hard as I could, hiding up there, because I didn't want him to see me flying around. Now, I didn't know at the time. I thought it was just a dream, right? I'll finish the story, but here's the thing. So I'm clutched up there, and I hear Ma say, she goes, "Arnie, look at him. Dave's so still. He doesn't even look like he's breathing." And I was like hiding up here in the corner with my pillow, and it felt like I was in this little bit of shadow, and and Pops was like, "No, he's okay. He's just asleep. Just, turn off the light and go to bed." But he's so still, you know, he's barely breathing. And it was like, and I was up in the corner going, "Shut the freaking door, turn off the light." So she did. The door was shut, and I was like, bam, back in my body. So in my dream state, I think I kind of woke up and was like, before I knew what the F word was, I was like, what the F was that? It was that creepy. So the next morning, get up and going down, I'm going into the kitchen, and I'm getting my whatever breakfast it was, simple eggs and some toast or something, or maybe it was a bowl of cereal before we had to go catch the bus or whatever. And Bessie says, she goes, "Man, it was the oddest thing last night. Me and your father came home and checked on you." And I was like, "What?" Because, see, I had just woke up. So I'm still kind of like dream state, blah, blah, blah. She's bringing reality into the fact that I stood there in the doorway. Now I'm up here and I can see him from up this vision of the corner with her over there at the doorway, and her and Pops in the door looking at me. And I'm seeing myself down there going, son of a bitch, they're going to see me up here. I was cussing before I knew it on that day. But it was like, and I thought to myself, she repeated everything again in the kitchen that next morning that I heard her say when I was up in the corner. So it told me, and her actions and what she said, "I turned to your dad," and I was like, holy crap. So I was astral projecting while they walked into the room. They caught me with my magic pillow, and that's when I realized, oh my God, is this pillow really magic? And the places that I've seen and been and whatever, holy shit. I mean, I'm 12 years old and having this revelation. So over the years, I've always had that. What happened then? When she repeated the next morning, she goes, I thought you were dead. And she said the same thing. He's not even breathing. It's almost like he's dead. And I was like, son of a bitch. It wasn't a dream, you know? So anyway, and then if I've told you, recently I discussed about the astral projection and doing the experiments with that lady friend of mine at the radio station, where we conducted quite a few experiments with the astral projection and communication and stuff like that. And we was 98% right and straight on the thingy. Speaking of magic pill, I'm going to try to go back to sleep for a good long time instead of short snoozes. Well, didn't mean to interrupt you, Teresa. It's one of me. It's 4:11 here a.m. It was here recently. Spirit's been chatting with me, going, there is a need for this right now, Hawkeye. And I'm going, okay, I just want to, go off and do my own little thing. And they're going like, nah, for whatever reason, this is necessary. Okay. So, but at the same time, uh, it, it gives me joy to know that for whatever it is that I was talking about earlier, that if it means something to you, then just right on, Uh, it is nice to know, not that I need to know the numbers. It is nice to know that it does mean something to you. So, and that is the gratitude and the grace that's involved with this, because I must do it. But here's the thing. I know there are folks out there who charge for doing readings and stuff and that kind of thing. And there are spreads that I could do with these. And I could probably, charge money, but I couldn't charge money. I can't charge anything. I have to do this so open to the universe that it's almost silly. Why are you doing this? I really don't know. Are you doing this for yourself? Okay, no. Am I doing this to score points with the spirit? No. Am I doing this to, bring in more visitors or subscribers? Not necessarily. I mean, no. So then why am I doing these card readings? It boils down to because the messages need to reach you. That's why. You know. So there is no predestination in this. Well, if I do these card readings, then I'm going to get all this other. There isn't any of that. But for me, there can't be any of that. That's why when I talk about this, I have to do this without any ego. It has. I got to be so neutral in this. It's silly. I'm telling you. So, and I'm talking to you because you're my friends, and I don't know. I don't know who else to talk to about this, as I am experiencing these things myself in my journey. So, if you experience them or similar things, this discussion is for you. Right before I lay down or have to wake up and go back to bed. While truthfully can be nice too if you actually get to lay down and go back to dream state in an aware state. Yes, to continue the dream, as it were. Um, yes, you want to get comfy and toasty, and then you get up and put your butt on the cold toilet seat. Yep. Sleep well, Teresa. Thank you. I thank you, everybody. I wanted a Terry seat cover. Yep. Okay, a few more minutes, and it will be 4:20 here Eastern Daylight Time, and I'm going to call it quits there. Simply because it's been 5 hours again, Michelle, my bell. These are words that go together well, my Michelle. And in my singing, you know, I'm trying to reawaken the internal dance and the harmony. And in my singing, my the thought in the background is for you to find the song in your heart. And we all need to sing, perfect harmony. Da dum bum bum ba dum bum bum. You know, that song back in the day. You stay for my closing intents. You got 5 minutes. I'm going to finish this bowl and finish these, and finish this discussion. And so I know the spirits are kind of nudging me to overemphasize this thing about invoking. And it's to close this up in that after 5 hours, that, so many people use words and phrases they really don't understand. So, and in the cards tonight, there was just for me the lesson tied to what I was talking about, and they wanted me to do it. Um, is simply this: is that when we open ourselves up to things and we just know that it's there, we like with the ant that in the message with that also is that we just know it will be provided when it's necessary, when it's needed. And if not, sometimes we have to go looking a little bit. But I remember, as a little side note to the ant thing, there are places that do out free food, and people get in line, and there'll be 100 people, okay, 75 to 100 people every time, and everybody's fighting to get to the front of the line. And I learned way back. I don't go to anything of these things, although I qualify. Free bread and stuff and different things, and sometimes fruit and vegetables and whatever. But I realized that the people at the front of the line really didn't get the good stuff. They got what was on top of these big crates that they brought in with the food, right? And the volunteers would take the stuff off of the top and put it on the tables, and people would come along and get so much for their basket or whatever. You could bring a box or pick one there and fill the box, and that's what you got, right? And they asked for donations, but that wasn't a requirement, although they got a little snippy at times if you didn't put $1 in, kind of thing, which I didn't have an issue with. But as all the people pushed to the front of the line, some friends of mine included, and I go, why are you so insistent on being the first one in line? Well, they always have the good stuff. And I was like, that's not true. So they'd go through the line and do this stuff, and I'd be the last one. I'd go, no, go ahead. I'm good. No, go ahead. I'm good. Because at the end of the line, they were getting further down in the box, and there were some goodies in there. They were hidden. And because there was nobody behind me, they'd look around and go ahead and take two. Where before they was only given one of these golden jewelry thingies, whatever it was, hot cross buns or something like that. I've seen two black women go at it over a pecan pie. I thought they were ready to kill each other over a pecan pie. And had they waited later on, there was some pecan and some pumpkin pie and some sweet tater pie that was put on the tables, and there wasn't nobody around, and nobody was fighting over them. And you could have took your pick and more than one. But no, they had to be in the first. They had to be the first one to get it. They had to fight over it. So in this tradition, though, of the ant, it's time. I learned that there's no sense in being the first one. Fight, claw, and whatever, because somehow, if you just trust in the universe, then you will get what you need. And I always got more than other folks. My friend would call me up. God bless Marcia. She'd go, what'd you get? And I said, well, I got this, 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 and this. And Mossy man, hey, we picked a card for you earlier, and it was a really good one. Yeah, and we love you for it. Thank you. And blessings and back to you all too. Wear socks to bed and you'll sleep all night. 6:20 here. It's 4:20 here finally. Julianne, so I greet you all as much as I can remember, as far as I can remember, with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. That's the beginning of my videos. And as many of you know, and having gone through these cards tonight and some other things, that just understand, and it's the simplicity of just knowing is so awesome, but it takes so much freaking practice for something that is so simple in the universe. And our whole spiritual journey, shaman in training, spiritual leader, the thingy, whatever, however, wherever you are, it's going to boil down to that simple truth, that simple understanding that, oh my God, I've been a part of it all along. And oh my God, by just allowing it to be and to just know, go into the void and just know, just allow it to happen. So with the cards and the readings and the spiritual contacts that I'm still learning how to do this. I hope I will always be a shaman in training because I hope there's always something that I will learn. But I do know this, that when I reach a certain point, I'm going to understand a whole lot of other stuff. And I'm going to look around and go, holy shit, look at all this stuff. Oh my God. I just, all these imagining, oh my goodness. I'm going to go have thank you, Julianne. Always, there are many of us who honor and thank you, Teresa. You as well, Maverick, um, Teresa, Brandy. But anyway, um, so I've said this before. I did not set out to make this a social experiment. But as watching how my channel has developed and how all of you have come here and how all of you are developing on your own and how you all are participating with each other. And if I had tried to create a social experiment, I would never have had expected this. But I believe that in my predestination of things, this is what my spirit guides were saying. If you do this, this is what's going to happen. And it's just all good and positive. And we all are the ones that are to blame. So thank you, Delaney, in the background. David Castle, same to you. Maverick. Oh, Ian. Hi, everybody. We're just fixing to get out of here. It's been 5 hours here almost for me. And at this point, after pulling cards, yeah, I'm tired and I need to change a position. I need to go outside to the universe and put my arms up, and I need to say, where's that other? I put my arms up and I give thanks to the universe, and I really mean it. So you all are the result of a cosmic experiment in how human beings can get together and learn how to, as Ant says, to work together as a group to achieve a higher level of consciousness and order without the ego interfering with any of this. So regardless of who you are, we can meet here and have a great time, and not have to worry about who's doing what, or, you know what I mean? So anyway, but that is yeah, Duggar's been sleeping over there. Thank you, Brandy, and everybody. So anyway, here's the closing. I keep yapping when I shouldn't, but it just seems like that, how important you all, and this is not an experiment, okay? But is there my spirit guide saying, but in a way it is, because in the cosmic level of things, how we have just sort of, I didn't start this as an experiment. This was not, my intent was, etc. I'm not going back into that. But the fact that as a, as society has taught us to behave, we behave differently here in a positive and loving manner, without ego. And there are people who have, had ego and so forth, and they find their own way. Um, but the idea that, for if the angels planned this out, which I'm kind of wondering and thinking that they have, that this was their future plan, that I think they're pleased because we do have the harmony and we do share the love and we do it, most of us, I believe, without ego. We have to have confidence, which is not necessarily ego. So if this is a grand cosmic experiment that I have, and I kind of, I've been predestined to do this. I've talked about this. So it is my duty and my honor to be here. But had I, sat down and plotted this out like a business thingy, or, there was never that intent. It was just me being me, sitting here talking about stuff and to try to help other people along the way. And so 500 plus people and folks interacting and becoming a soul tribe and a family. We've always been members of the League of Like Minded Beings. We, and the more people who are understanding, yes, we're a soul tribe, but there's more to that. We're also part of a universal soul tribe, not just us who know each other. Oh my God. And there are levels of this understanding. And, and those beings of under higher beings up are listening to every one of us. So if they'd have said 5 years ago that Dave or Hawkeye would achieve 500 subscribers talking about just spiritualism and not about religion and not about selling anything, would we have achieved anything like this where everybody gets along? Just that simple. We just get along. I'd have said no. I did not expect this, but here we are. But it's you all out yonder that are it. But you got to say, because if you believe, and have faith in our intent, then we are reaching out to the universe. We are like the beaver, we are working as a group mind to help put the puzzle piece together in the universe. Every single one of us is important. And together we can, we can build bridges, we build dams to create reservoirs. We, work as a group, as a family, and as a unit, and without ego. And I just am so blessed to know every single one of you 510 odd folk at approximately at this particular time. So I'm going to quit yapping. Hawkeye, did you listen to the tune? Uh, no, because Brandy, I have issues getting to Facebook. If you send them to me to my DWNL52 at Gmail address, I could probably open them maybe, but no, I did not get them. You're the one who sent them. Okay. I'm sorry. No, I did not get them because I it doesn't like me on Facebook. It wants to crash every time I try to log on. So somebody out there does not like my messages. But anyway, with love and respect, hey ST, how are you? I'm sorry I'm crapping out on y'all at 4:30 in the morning. Picture the watchers watching people watching soap operas or sitcoms. Yep, Absolutely. Um, but there are spiritual beings, like I was describing, that I met at the in Ohio at the pictograph place, at the you know, that ancient natives site where I took all those pictures of the blue orbs. It was that we need to communicate. We are here. We do visit here. We coexist with you here. And at some point we're going to make ourselves like sort of physically known. Or what was shown to me is that we will actually be able to shift to where they're already there, okay? But we're going to shift so that we will be able to see them without taking digital photographs, and people will go, now that's going to scare the shit out of some folks, you know. So it wasn't so much that they would appear, but that we would be here, that we would be able to see them because our systems would change. We would be able to see different frequencies, and they, in that respect, then they would appear. But it's not that they were going to change our we so but anyway, if that's what's coming up, it's going to be like whoa to a lot of people. Some of us have had little windows into what this looks like, but for those people who ain't used to this kind of stuff, holy mackerel, we're really going to have to it's been a better night for me because of this. Thanks again for the read. You're welcome, Fox. Honestly, thanks for staying up with us and keep it. Thank you, Maverick. The student has become the master. Believe your gift. Thank you. I just have to trust it, Maverick. But I still discuss it with y'all because, you know, I don't have anybody really in. I don't want to say in my league, but there are people that I try to talk to about this, and they don't really want to get it. You know, they don't really want to talk about it. But I just want to understand it more. So, because you all are who you are, who else am I going to talk to about this? So, anyway, it's sort of an endless circle in this, and it's not that I don't trust it. I'm Here's a good word. I'm astonished, and this is a really good way to explain this. I'm astonished that it's happening to me and through me for you. I'm astonished. That explains it. I'm astonished. Every time I pull a card right, and I'm astonished. Every time there's a message comes through and it means something for somebody, that I'm here tonight, you know, for Fox and and all y'all, you know, that oh my God, I'm astonished. That sums it up. But so for every instance, it's not that I don't trust myself, but I'm astonished that it's happened again. Or I'm astonished that somehow I hit the nail on the head. Or somehow, you know, that my synchronicity with the universe coincided with yours. I'm astonished. You know, I continue to be astonished at it. So, and I think that's a good thing in that, because if I ever took it for granted, that's another thing that's like a sin to me. I mean, like a big one, is to never take it for granted. Well, I know what I'm doing. Nah, that's the ego. So, but at the same time, I have to have enough confidence, and like you were saying, to accept this gift and say, "Okie dokie, here it is," and I'm just going to do the best I can, and here we are, you know. And so, trust it. Uh, I'm still, as much as I believe it, I'm still astonished that it happens with me, through me, for you. So anyway, I'm closing out now. Fox, uh, okay, I can barely read that. Maverick, love, stay in love, forgive yourselves for your mistakes and faults. Yes. And just try to do better. Just try to be better, is that video I said. It's so simple, but just try to be better. You don't have to try to change the world and everything, but for each one of us that we participate here, we're a part of the bigger picture. It's I often wondered, would any of this make a difference in the world? But I can honestly say after all this that yeah, we are, because there are other people who are waking up, and it's not just us. So it's our kindness to the universe when we send our prayers out. I think other people are picking up on that kindness and going, the world just doesn't have to be like this. We can be individuals but still work, quote, with the group mind, not a hive mind, but a group mind, and work for the whole and for each other. And sometimes we have to do self-sacrifice. But if we all learn to cooperate like beaver, then we achieve a higher level of consciousness. And I just believe that that's where we are at this moment. And I'm so grateful and thankful that I know you people. So let's keep up the work, and it's not really work. It's not hard. It's not hard to not be an asshole. So don't be an asshole. Thank you, Delaney. That's really, for as much as people can say what they want and choose their words, it's like the F word. And I try to avoid it. And years ago, I mean, I was a carny. Every other word was a cuss word. I mean, we talked in fluent um, cussing, cuss word lingo, and it was amazing. But and there are people who use mofo and this and that and all that, and I just didn't. I know I use it, but very infrequently, and because I don't want that influence in there. Sometimes it's necessary, sometimes it slips out, but as a whole, I don't want that to be the language of where we are here. So there aren't people using the F word in the most of the time in the chat room and things. People are respective with each other, but we know what we're talking about and we get it. So we don't have to say it. We can insinuate it. And I think that's where the synchronicity comes with us. We can do a wink, wink, nod, nod, and get the joke, without having to say it and display it and portray it. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of learning in that. And these last few minutes here with this, I said, what do y'all call normal in this world? Uh, each of my friends was like, what the hell are you doing? I'm like whistling to the bird. Yep. Talking to my friends. Yep. We're all crazy if we talk like that. Okay. My Facebook is new. It's called Leaf Ranger. Set healthy boundaries whenever necessary from a here space of light and love shining keeps evolving. Yep. But anyway, so, you know, the more people understand that the frequencies they put out with their words and how they say things, and, the more I'm understanding it, it's like, y'all can say what you want. Y'all can be who you want. I honor you, but I'm understanding for myself in this journey. I'm not going to be using the F word all the time. It's like this. It's just not necessary. I think we're all grown up to know that it's there. And then maybe if me and you were sitting in the room, it'd be different, but it's not necessary for a channel and for the frequency and that which I personally would like to, keep it in a different area. So, and in respect to others that may not like the F word. So you slip up every now and then, they go, okay, that's acceptable. But I don't want to listen to somebody that's saying fuck every time, or every other sentence or something. It's offensive to my ears. Okay. So therefore, but anyway, so there are things that with my intent to this quote experiment was to make sure that other people could feel comfortable without, you know, uh, being in that direction. And there are some other people I used to listen to all the time, and they just And they're, by the way, their channels have kind of gone off to the wayside. And they just use the F word all the time. Motherfucker, this and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, yeah, and some of the things that we're talking about was really interesting, but I could not listen to it because it offended me. And I'm an old carny with a nasty mouth. And I was like, I can't handle this, you know. And I learned a lesson with that. And I said, please, dear Jesus, don't let me become like those people simply because I can curse and do what I want to. Should I? If I want honor, then I must show respect. If I'm disrespectful to people that I've never met, and how do I know that I'm being offensive? Just because I have the right to say what I want and in any manner, in way, shape, or form I choose, doesn't mean I should. So, in respect to the universe, these are the choices that I've made. Style. There you go. There's a style in it. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate that. I was referring to y'all, my friends. I don't need everyone to understand me. I don't understand why people believe the news. So, right. I've been working on it, Hawkeye. Oh, what? I forgot what I was just talking about. It's early morning. It is almost 5.5 hours I've been doing this. So, uh, and hey, ST, cheers to everybody. But with this message, each one of you will understand how much more important you are. I mean, I just had I'm still realizing in my astonishment of this that I'm still going, oh my God, I can't believe this. I am so astonished every time, something hits even close to being true, for someone. So in that astonishment, though, it also, humbles me. It keeps me grounded. Where I think there other people have taken, look how good I am, and look how proud I should be, and I just on my hands and knees, and I'm just so grateful to the universe. That's all. Uh, and I hope I never get to the point where I ask you to. Well, there are certain subjects I have asked you to share, but never asked for you to hit the like button. It's up to y'all, you know, because it's never to me, and I mean this, about the numbers. But I'm grateful. And as I quote, look at the numbers because now YouTube has said, wow, you've reached a milestone. Now I'm going to send you all these extra emails that are of little of no use to me, but, because I'm not into selling anything or I have nothing to sell. But it's just been interesting. I've reached a milestone with YouTube, the 500 mark. Cuss words slipping out at the wrong time can be most dreadfully embarrassing. Yes. And I used to be such a potty mouth. Oh my God. If you really knew me, I was very bad. I hung around mechanics that cursed all the time with a cigar hanging out. I hung around with carnies that, the whole lingo was curse words, whole strings of sentences of curse words, whether they were meant to be cursing or not. It was just how we spoke. Go pick it up, the mother freaking wrench in the back of the goddamn truck. I mean, it was like there was no need to say those words, but that's a simple explanation. But anyway, uh, uh, yeah, keep balanced. Yeah, I've learned, and I went through the stage. You all, for those of you who've been with me for a while, and some folks are going back and watching some of the older videos I did, which thank you. But I can see the change that I've made. I understand why I've made the changes, and I've explained them to you, and so that if there's any wisdom in it, just look at how I've been progressing, sharing this knowledge with you as I learned to be a shaman, you know. So, but in that, is it necessary? What is necessary? What's appropriate? What should, just because I think it's okay, don't mean that everybody, I mean, just, and learning more about I've learned so much more about the true meaning of honor, the true meaning of respect. And I thought I understood before, but now my level of understanding of honor and respect has moved up a notch into the universe kind of thing. And I never dreamed, thought, or expected that I would get this boost, but here I am, you know. So, and I realized that if I can do it, everybody can do it. That's why I think, I'm here. I'm a simple man with simple thoughts, and I, try to stay humble to the universe and grateful for all the things that I have and will receive. And and it in so many words, it's that simple, you know. So with that said, Brandy, my old man's cousin used F as a pause. I was worried he was going to be my son's second word. Yeah, I understand, Ian says anyone can swear, but the wise man knows when not to swear. I, and as trying to learn to be a wise man, that's my philosophy, and I think y'all know that. But anyway, it's my way of expressing that this has been my shaman's journey and my understanding, and for all of you to participate in this. That see, there are times when it's appropriate and should be used, and there are times when we just need to rein ourselves in and go, I have the right to be pissed. I have the right to be angry. I have the right to curse and swear and do all these things. But I'm going to take a deep breath and go, what is it really necessary? The patience of ant, that it can carry a leaf 100 miles if it needs to, and can. I've watched ants around here, and oh my God, they were like, if they're carrying something, they can get it, man. They can get it. I'm like, how the hell they get over there that quick? But anyway, so with that, I say cosmic hugs, everybody. Raspberries doesn't just fill you out to poo between you. Anyway, so with love and honor of the infinite creator, I ask that, the blessings be imposed, be imposed upon all of us, that, that I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the very many blessings from the universe. Always say thankful and be grateful. Every day that I put my 2 feet on the ground, and I mean this, I continue to pray that each and every one of you, your friends, all of your relatives, and all of your relations, past, present, and to come, will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, many blessings from the universe. They come in little sparkles sometimes. And in that law of 3, which is very important to me, I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept, receive, and to share the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe, because every one of us count. Thank you. Elderberry, rest well, everybody. Have a great Saturday, Sunday coming up. I don't know when I'll be back. The spirit will probably kick me and say, here, let's do another one of these. Brandy, thank you so much. Jeff. And if I Maverick, and not in the bathroom. There are times when I put my feet on the ground when I'm headed to the bathroom. I go, let me send a prayer out to everybody. I know that's the wrong thing to say at the end of this, but thank you so much. Blessings, everyone. Yes, Teresa. Ween. And I want to thank you, Bob, and to the cousins who are trying to. I know there's weird things going on in the universe and on the internet and stuff. But we had an unstable connection, but it got better. Thank you, Elderberry, for your participation always, and Brandy. Be safe, everybody. You know, just be safe. And, sing when you can, dance when you can, and you can dance while you're sitting down. So, from South Georgia, as always, keep it between the ditches. And remember, each one of you, if you're on a spiritual journey, you are a shaman in training. Thank you, Teresa. We will have more discussions. Thank you for the invite. And Cosmic Hugs, TTFN from South Georgia, as we close up another show of the hippy dippy Hawkeye Two Feathers, all night programming here from South Georgia. ST, but lucky to have you with us, ST, always, and Brandy. Thank you, everybody. Till next time, keep it between the ditches. TTFN, ta for now. Adios, my friends. The Weens rule the world. There you go. Thank you, my friends. Bye bye.